Hi, this is stream number 261. How's everybody doing today? Hey there, A squared. All right, so I did a little bit of work last night or last afternoon and fixed a few things. Let me show you that. Actually, let me turn on the bot. The bot is on. Look, I put the torches back on the walls. Yay! Here we go. Probably easier to show with the normal player view. Hey there, Nui. Yeah, so yesterday fixed this problem and deployed it last night. And, oh, get out of my way, slime. Man, these slimes are like too prolific in these sewers. And I'm almost dead already. Yeah, so I was able to put the torches back on the walls. That guy hanging out there. Oh, he killed me. Son of a... Right, so, how best to explain this? I put the torches back on the wall, and I noticed something that makes it look funny. It's probably easiest to demonstrate it this way. If I don't have this wall behind the torch, watch what happens. Oh, it's this one up here, isn't it? We can see through the wall somehow. Isn't that weird? So there are two problems. Right now, I think one problem is the torch is not marked as blocking light itself, and so it becomes sort of a window into this wall. And I can fix that a little bit. Actually, maybe it's all in the tile set. Hold on, let me look. If it's all in the tile set, then maybe I don't need to don't need the directional light just to fix the light. Where did I put the dang torches? Inside. Okay, that's weird. Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's have it block. Actually, will this be a problem? Yeah, okay. It's gonna be a problem because it's gonna block itself. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, so because the torch itself doesn't block light, it sort of becomes like a window into the wall. And so you can see through and see the wall, this wall behind it over here. And so I've been sort of preventing that from happening by drawing an extra wall layer behind. So one thing that I think would fix that is to make the torch directional. So have it only generate light to the left and not to the right. And then I wouldn't need this wall here. And the torch wouldn't let you see through the wall. Hey there, Toulouse and Cyberfart. Funny name. The directional tiles mean one way, basically. Yeah. So, for example, like, let's say I wanted to put a torch right here, but have it only light up to the right and not the left. So let me get a torch out and add it there. So if I wanted this torch to only to look like it's only like inside of this room, I can't do that right now because it's basically on the wall no matter where we are. So it looks, you can just see it even though you're on this side of the wall. I would like it to have it show up only on this side, and then also only project light into the room and not on the other side too. So that's what I mean by the directional tiles, one way. So the moment I would step over here, the torch should disappear, and also the light should not be cast in this semicircle. It should be only on the right, not the left. Yeah, because I disabled the light being blocked, the light also forms a window into the wall, so to speak. But I'm thinking if I make it directional, then we could have it stop that. I have to think about how that would work, though. Another way to solve it would be to mark that torches actually are actually barriers, and then fix this problem where it's blocking itself from projecting light out. So basically, only it is lit. I think I want to at least fix that. I want to say that a torch should not poke a hole into a wall. Is that how I'd want to do that? I think so. And the same thing with signs too, by the way. I should do that while I'm here. Yeah, all of these would poke holes into the wall. Why do I have an extra wall here? Oh, that's for a secret door. I actually don't think I need that now anymore. I had this in here so that you could, like, do that. And they would look like, oh no, I'm trapped. But then you can walk through the wall. There's actually another way for me to do that, though. Delete that wall. And then put a wall there. Oh, interesting. There's a light bug there. Huh. I draw the wall back. It didn't block the light. Ooh, there's the bug there. Look at that. Walling me off doesn't shut the light out. Well, okay, that's not a very good test actually. But drawing, okay, I see that there is a bug. Anyway, to make this like a secret passage, I had a new way of doing that, which is to mark that the wall has a special access. Was it on here? This is C true there, shouldn't be there. I thought I got rid of that. It's A for access. When I do that, now I can step through it's like a secret passage. Oh, there's something on the other side. Kill it! Kill it with fire! I killed it. Yeah, and then it shows up with a little green spinning square. Yeah. Man, these are dangerous sewers. Go away, slimes. Trying to do some game dev here. So you just have to know that you can step through the wall down here, right above the torch. There we go. I'm wondering, like, should it go black like that? Maybe because you're, like, in a magic translusory wall, right? When you're doing that. Maybe. So actually, I think I want to fix the light thing first. So, fix light projection from inside barriers. Magic block, yeah. So let me just close this one. We'll flip over to the test environment. Oh, I added this stuff I haven't deployed yet. I can hide the ghosts by default now, so it shouldn't clutter things as much. Okay, let me get a incognito window going. Log in. And I wanted to see, does this have the same problem? If I draw a wall there. Oh, that's interesting. How come it's not showing me there? I'm there. How come it's not showing me? Very interesting. Huh. Is that because I was off screen? Okay, these dudes are in my way. GM, help me out. Oh, no, he moved. Is it that I'm... Okay, these guys are annoyingly in my way. Remove. Okay. Is it that I moved back on and then teleported in? I don't know. Weird bugs. Anyway, I wanted to see, does painting a wall here a problem here as well? It is. Okay, that bug is back. That's a regression. I kind of want to fix that first, actually. Fix regression in painting barriers not causing a light map recalculation. Invisible Raimu, yeah. So yeah, what happened? How do I say this? How did a player not show up for the GM in the test environment? Apparently there is a Doom mod, PS Doom, that uses Doom to list and kill all host processes. Like we shoot them with a gun or something? That process is gone. So as soon as I move, it updates, but it doesn't update right away, except for if I do that, then it updates. Does it change if I put it on layer 1? Oh, look at that. It does. It works if I put it on player 1, but not if I draw over layer 0. Huh. So maybe it's a layering problem. Guys are bugging. Let's remove them. Okay, I thought I had a test to check that. If I do have a test, it's broken. Let me find it. Oh, I never checked to see if I do. I have quality options today. I hope I do, because I've already kind of gone long. I do. Okay, good. Whew. I'm like, I forgot to check it, and now I've already been streaming for like 12 minutes. Yeah, thank you. The quality options. Rendering, alright. Could have sworn I had a test that would have caught this. Let's maybe run all the tests and see if any of them aren't working. Hold on. Wall should not disappear when we move away from it. Ground in front of wall should not disappear when we move away from it. Adding wall should block light previously passing through. Here we go. So, of course, this test says it's working, but it shouldn't be working. It's slightly different, though. Hey there, Menace. Why can't you type? What do you mean you can't type? Oh, you misspelling. Yeah, that happens to me all the time in my code, and you'll see me do that on the stream too. How are you doing? Doom as an interface for process management. Someone was having too much fun there. Let me see if this actual arrangement actually works in the test environment. So, how would I test that? Probably want to go to the lighting test and set the light to like 0, so it's completely dark. And then go there. So you can only see the square we're in, nothing else. And then let's go there ourselves. This is a good enough arena. So we'll set it up exactly the way it was. In this test, right? camera with the wall and a light to the left of it. So let's put the light left. Okay, hold on. Grab that light and we'll just duplicate it. So it lit the wall, right? Let me hold on. Remove it and check that. Okay, that is broken. Removing the light is also broken. Removing a light does not remove the light map, apparently. It's not for sure. I still need to collect some data here, see what's going on. Adding the light makes it pop up, right? But now, what happens when I add a barrier? Hold on. I wonder if it has to do with adding a barrier when there wasn't one before. Oh, look at that. If you draw over an existing ground tile, that's the bug. If there's no tile there to begin with, and then you put a barrier there, then the wall disappears. But if there's ground there to begin with, and then you draw over the ground with the wall, it doesn't disappear. And then what happens when I move the light? Moving the light is okay. But deleting the light isn't okay. It didn't recalculate that. Okay. Until I move, I bet. Yeah, when I move, it redid it. Okay, so I got 2 bugs at least to fix. I have a feeling that I'm not going to get to my directional tiles lights plan because I'm going to be fixing bugs. You gonna start your codeathon? Cave of Programming. That sounds familiar. I don't know anything about it really, but it just sounds familiar. I might have heard about it before, but I don't know anything about it. But let us know, I guess. What I mean by us is me and chat. Let me in chat know if you think it's a good place to learn. I don't know if it's a regression or if I just never had a test for it. I guess what I'm going to have to do is make a test for it. Replacing ground with wall should block light previously passing through. Arrangement. We have this arrangement. I guess I will do a G for ground. G equals ground. G. So the light illuminates the wall. Then we replace the ground with another wall. The original wall will no longer be illuminated, so the camera should no longer see it. So, did this tile set have a ground tile in it? If not, maybe I'll just add it. It doesn't, so we can add it. I mean, there's no harm. The ground tile will just be something that has visibility 0 in the bit mask, but no light. And then we'll have, let's rename wall 1. It's not used anywhere else, so we'll say it is the ground or wall. And then actually wall 2 can just be wall. And then so it starts out as a ground tile, so that is, which one is the tile? The last one, so that's 3. So it starts out as ground. And then, oh wait a minute, I overwrote the actual wall, didn't I? Oops. Yeah. This is the wall. And then this needs to move up here. Ground or wall. Tile 3 starts out as ground. Then I gotta change it. So changing it is doing components. Come on, help me out here. Components Set entity component of type tile, ground or wall, JSON object. And then the important things, well, let's just go look at create tile entity. The tile has an ID and a tile set. I think that's the only two things I care about. Keyboard slipping everywhere. Okay, so the tile 3 was ground, a wall was 2. There we go. And what do I expect to happen? Yeah, it is going to redraw the sprites, isn't it? And we see that ground or wall, but not the wall. Correct? I think so. You learned your beginner stuff there. Okay. Okay, cool. Gonna start? Okay, enjoy. 5 videos, wow. Sounds good. Oh, first build of the day is gonna take a while. Guess while it's building, I can try to consider what the bug actually might be. Aight. See ya. Okay, yeah. Let's get the light back. There's a light. And then what could be the problem of painting over there, and why does this still show up? Set entity of component type might have the bug where it is not touching the position if the new tile is a barrier to light. That's probably that's my guess about what it is. Yeah, so it's a bug. It's just doing an update sprite, and it's not causing a light map recalculation, which would cause a sprite refresh. So let's look at, I think it's going to be in set entity of component type. It's tile, right? Oh yeah, it's not, it should touch it twice. Yeah, okay. What's the single argument version of this do? Oh, it looks up the position. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we should, it doesn't actually get changed until here, so what does that mean? I want to call it twice? I guess so. So we would have, like, if it's a tile, do it again down here. This one. Whoops. This one right here. Down here, right? Let's try that. Okay, thanks, Cyberfart. Such an awesome name. Why can't I come up with good names like Cyberfart? Anyway, have fun coding. I'm gonna guess that the problem is that, and that this will fix it. But then I gotta fix those other problems too. I wonder actually if they're related. No, it was deleting the light entity didn't do what I expected it to do. That was the problem. Oh, that didn't fix it either. Is it seeing... Oh, no, there's an update sprite in there. Why would there be an update sprite? Because the tile changed. Yeah, that's right. But is that necessary? Because we already just gave all the sprites. ID 4, and it's in that list. Why is it giving the whole list and then doing an update? It shouldn't need to. Well, wait a minute. I changed that code yesterday, right? So it might be doing that. Let me see. Let's search for update sprite. It's in the test framework. Where's the real one? Here it is. Tile change. Yeah, so the tile changed flag got set. But we know we don't need to do that, right? If what? If we totally refresh the camera. So why is this being called for a total camera refresh? This is for new cameras. I'm guessing this one checks for refresh? Yeah. Okay, so when does that flag get reset? Or where does refresh get set to false? On initial sprites. Okay, that's maybe the wrong place to do it. I think that's the wrong place to do it, actually. Because if we kept that flag set to true, then I could skip cameras. I could skip any cameras in this loop. If the camera's refresh flag is still set, I can just skip it. Yeah, so let's move that line, like this refresh equals false line. Turns out you still have to install your IDE and compiler. Which IDE and compiler are you installing? Is it a good one? Make initial sprites feedback. We do that for a shift, and we also do it for a new camera, right? Oh, we do it there as well. Okay. Actually, then shouldn't I just turn around and set it to true? Instead of setting it to false? Should I set that to true? And then we'll set it to false at the end. Eclipse? Wow. That's old school. MinGW is pretty cool. I'm impressed. Is that by choice that you use Eclipse, or is that something that the Cave of Programming wants you to use? Because that's an old IDE. Okay, all right. Was it Idea? I remember using it a long time ago. I don't know. I'm sort of an MS Code junkie now. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. All sneezed. Okay. So we do that for new cameras, and update old cameras will probably do it too, right? Yes. Update old cameras does it too. Also make sprite shift feedback does it too, but that's done from update old cameras. Okay. So after update old cameras, we should probably just go through all the cameras and clear the refresh flag. So what's a good place to do that in? Right here? Let's do that at the end, maybe. And it's not const, so it's that camera refresh second refresh false. So then we can use that refresh flag inside of here to just skip it. Skip where exactly? We could skip it here. If camera.second.refresh continue. I can combine it with that maybe. Or if the camera is being refreshed anyway, or if it's a new camera, we don't need to announce anything removed, right? And probably the same thing in here. I can write same thing here. if camera.second.refresh, or it is a new camera, then we don't need to do all that. I wonder if this will break some of the other tests, though. It might fix the problems A squared was telling me about, like extra messages being sent that weren't needed. What test was I in? I can see by the little blue bar that's down here I need to go. Yeah. Cool, that fixed it. But did I break anything else? Probably. No, I didn't. Nice. Okay, cool. That would just fix this bug, right? What about this one? Fixed light projection from inside barrier. Oh, right. We haven't addressed that one yet. But there was more regression, right? Let me just test it out again. So we will stop the test environment and start it again. Eclipse CDT has, like, I think 2019 September version. I suppose it's just got a large user base and they're still going. It's very old, right? When did the Eclipse CDE Eclipse how come I can't type? Eclipse CDT Wikipedia. That'll say how old it is. Yeah. Let's see how old it is. Oh, I don't want to go to Eclipse Foundation. I want actual Wikipedia. 2001, 17 years ago. That's 17 years old. Well, I guess Visual Studio is that old, right? So I guess it's, even though it's old, it's still good, right? Cool. Let's see if the problem went away now. I need to go. Actually, easiest thing would be to just double click on Raimu there. There we go. We're there. And let's paint over here. Cool. That fixed it. The question is, can I remove the light and is that still broken? Yeah, that's still broken. Okay. So that's a different bug. Let's put this light back there. Okay. So we'll check in. This is one bug fix. So we'll get on to the next one. Let me put it in the plan. Fix, should I call it a regression? I guess so. Regression in that removing a light does not cause the rendering system to update cameras for some reason. Fix regression rendering system. And this was that paint changing a tile should check both before and after the tile changed to see if the lighting if the rendering system needs to update in response. Essentially what it is. Okay, next bug. That was not Eclipse CDT wiki, that was just Eclipse. Eclipse CDT is newer. But I remember using Eclipse CDT a long time ago. Should I search again? You can search again. Eclipse CDT wiki. So is there a Wikipedia article for just Eclipse CDT? Oh, there is. Well, it's a disambiguation. So they might not have a direct link to the CDT. First release? How about history? I see history in there. I guess we could look at their own site. I'm always wary of looking at the site itself. But, I mean, maybe if it has a history. Or release notes or something. Come on, it shouldn't be this hard. That's just for one version. How do I see all of the release notes? That's Eclipse again, not the CDT. I'm going to give up very soon. If I don't see what I want right away, I'm just impatient sometimes. I guess I could look and see how old their wiki is. What's the first version of their wiki? Oldest. 2005. Okay. That's still pretty old. Old, venerable, but still used, I guess we can say. Oh, okay. What happens if I remove the tile underneath the light? And then remove the light? That didn't help. And what if I paint back a tile there? Oh, look at that. It didn't even... Oh, because it thinks it's not visible anymore. Yeah, so if I paint something that does emit light, it should pop up. Yep, there we go. And if I... Yeah, it goes dark again. So there's just that the light map, the vision map for the camera has not been updated. Yeah, because what happens if I... if I paint something up here? Oh, then it went dark. Because placing or drawing a barrier causes to do the recalculation. Okay. I think I know what's going on. You used to it? Right, you were saying yesterday your PC is not the best. I mean, there's nothing bad using what you're used to. I just remember being annoyed with Eclipse, but that was not CDT. It was with Java, and I was really happy when Google moved to made their own Android Studio, which was based on IntelliJ. It was just a lot nicer. Not right away, but after a few years, it became a lot nicer. And I said, I'll never go back to Eclipse for Android development. I guess this just deserves its own unit test, right? Hey there, Spheris. How are you doing? Spheris is another streamer here on YouTube that you might want to check out. She's making a game in Unity and does all the 3D model art stuff too. Downloading 100 megabyte files more of an internet connection problem? Well, if saying your PC is slow in general could include the network connection, I guess. I don't know. It's sort of a well, let's see. Do I have something like removing a light? I don't. Let's just collapse all this stuff and look at my tests. I thought I had something about removing a light. Light not removed when moved. Sure. Light map updated when light moved. When light added. Oh, here we go. Light map removed when light removed. What's going on here? Oh, it's just peeking into the component system to see that the light map isn't there anymore for that light. So the light map will have been removed, but the problem is it's just not updating the camera. Light shown to camera when lit. What is this right here? Oh, we're lighting the tile. Okay. So that's not quite what I'm looking for. I guess I don't really have a test that exactly matches what I'm looking for. Guess not. Okay. So where's my last change? How come I don't... Oh, I checked it in, so I can't see it now. Shoot. It was like ground or wall, right? Yeah, so it was this one. I kind of like the big comment here I have for this one, so we're going to take that and duplicate it and rename it. Not even an SSD? Yeah, SSD would make it definitely faster. I am thinking about moving from SSDs to the even faster, the was it PCIe? What is it? Is it M-SATA? Is that what it is? Where you plug it in straight to the bus and you don't even have to go over a SATA? NVMe, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking about doing that because my computer has a slot for it, and I could just buy one and plug it in, right? Yeah, yeah. Those are supposed to, like, that's the next level, where you get rid of the, if the bottleneck is the SATA bus, you get rid of that bottleneck, right? Feel the power. They're blazing fast. Yeah, yeah. I still use a traditional spinning hard drive for things that I don't care load fast or not, but it's because it's cheaper for the raw amount of storage. I usually have a split system, stuff that I want loading fast, or that's going to be, frequently. Well, I guess not. Just loaded fast, like programs and stuff. I put on this on the SSD, and then all the data goes on the hard drive. And I don't really care if it takes a half second longer for this and that. Okay, this is going to be removing light should hide wall previously lit. So we begin with this arrangement. We just need a wall, a light, and a camera, all right? And so the light illuminates the wall. Then we remove the light. So it's just that. The original wall should no longer be illuminated. So the camera should no longer see it. There we go. So it's sort of like a subset of the other tests. So we create a wall. We don't need this one. We have a light. We have a camera. We remove the light. So components dot destroy entity. Light. Update systems. What do I expect to see? I think I would expect to see an empty sprites list. But I'm going to guess I'm not going to get that. That's going to be the bug. M.2s are pretty cheap. $50. See, there we go. I should just get it. I used to like balk at a price like that, even though it's, maybe even like if it's $100 or $200. But then I think, well, how that cost gets spread out over the lifetime I'm using it, right? So, like, what utility do you get out of the $50 versus like if you went to a few movies and it added up to $50? What's the utility of going to those few movies? The entertainment value, right? I think you get a lot more utility out of an M.2 drive than you do out of the equivalent amount of movies, right? All right, bug reproduced. It just removes the light and doesn't basically refresh the camera, so I need to find out why. I guess I will start with destroy entity. Because it should, like, when we move the light, it does repaint it, right? Let me try that. So if I take that light and I move it completely outside, just move it way over here, right? It does like go dark. That's what should happen when I delete the light entirely. So maybe it's just as simple as seeing what's the difference between destroy entity and changing its position. It's going to touch right. Isn't that all I need to do though? Oh wait, it doesn't touch it after it removes it. Is that the key? We need to do it after? Yes. Well, hold on. What does this actually do? Blah, 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 but what does it do? Do we just want to do this directly? Insert the position into the dirty positions list? Maybe. What does set entity component of type do again? Because that's what happens when you move something. What happens when we change the position? We have before and after. So we're updating the position index, that's fine. And then we touch both positions before and after. Which one of these causes the light map to be removed? Let me see. It might just be that it's put into dirty positions. I thought it was more than that, though. I have heard of Linus Tech Tips. Yeah. Well, but how long do they need to store those videos? Unless I'm missing something in that comment. They shoot 8K footage. 1 second is 10 gigabytes. That's crazy. See, I think it's not just how much data per second, but also how long do they store their footage. Because you could just dump it onto a static hard drive and then lock it away in a closet somewhere, and just swap out the drive every day, right? Why would you need servers running constantly? Do you really need access to that data 24/7? I wouldn't think so. In fact, I'm capturing raw video of my stream, and when the drive fills up, I'm just thinking I'll just get another drive and take the drive I have and just put it in the closet somewhere. If I ever need those old recordings, then I'll take it out of the closet, plug it in, copy the file I need, and put it back in the closet. That's what we used to do back in the old days. Back in my day, you had tape drives, and you got your backup onto tape, and you took the tape out of the machine, and you sent it off to be stored. Right, but once they're done editing and they're done, they probably don't need it much anymore, right? So they could just take it out and store it. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe when they edit videos, they're constantly going back to old videos to get, like, stuff, so they don't have to remake things. I don't know. Who knows? 125 for 1 terabyte. The costs are always changing, right? You don't save your VODs? See, I made that mistake on stream number 1. I didn't save it, and I regret it now. Because, like, who knows, like, years from now, you might want to go back and see some of your old VODs. So, and I'm like, what's the cost of saving them? And it's just storage on a big drive, and it's like 3 or 4 gigabytes a day. Not that big a deal. I've yet to fill up my first drive, so after a year. So now, if I continue streaming and I go like streaming 10 years, then it might start to get silly, and I might start recycling drives and maybe save 1 or 2 highlighted VODs. You make clips of your work? Well, there you go. That's a different way of doing it. That works. I just regret not saving anything from the first stream. And it's all gone now. No, it doesn't exist anywhere. It's like I never did it. Hey, the Romania hate. How are you doing? Oh, and I forgot to wave to Spherus. I'm sorry, Spherus. There you go. There's a little wave. I'm trying to remember my code here. At what point do we know we need to recalculate a light? I think what it is at the very bottom. Right here, I think. Yeah, dirty positions. I think we see, like, yeah, right. What lights it? What lights that? And then we go and, is that right? What are we doing with illuminated tiles by zone entry? Right. We go to the lights illuminating it, and we mark that the light is dirty. Got it. And then also that we need to refresh the camera. Okay, so as long as you get it mark the position as dirty, then we're good. So I think that's the problem. Deleting. Yeah, destroy entity doesn't end up calling uh to mark the position as dirty because why? Probably because it doesn't think it needs to. It probably gets down into here, right, and says the position doesn't need updating, and so it doesn't do that. So I think we should just do that directly from destroy entity. Does on position touch do anything other than putting it into the dirty positions? Because if not, then I'm just going to call it directly. I don't think so. How often do we destroy entities anyway? Would it be that big a deal if we just mark the position as dirty when something is destroyed there? Maybe. Maybe we should do it only if the tile has light. Oh, let me think about this. I'm indecisive. People still use Eclipse? That's what I was thinking, Spheris. Monez is using Eclipse. And I guess it's still going. It's still a thing. Yeah, exactly. I switched to Android Studio or whatever, IntelliJ. Because the only thing I used Eclipse for most of the time was Android stuff. Yeah, VS Code, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Manes. It's crazy. You can't bear Eclipse. Yeah, try VS Code. Eclipse is too complicated. It's broken. Yeah, that's what I sort of remember too. That well, for me, it was just slow and VS Code was just much faster, or IntelliJ was much faster at the time. I don't know. I think still there are a lot of die-hard Eclipse fans out there, and I respect that. That's fine. Yeah, this is flawed though. This code here is flawed because it doesn't make a distinction about whether the thing is a light or not, and that does make a difference. Wait a minute, how does it working now if I move a light? Set entity component of type. Because moving a light doesn't have this problem, right? Let me do this again. Just a sanity check. If I move the light, it does recalculate the light map. How does it know to do that? The light itself doesn't block light, so why? What am I missing here? Yeah, okay, I'm missing something. What is it? How is this doing how is this marking how does it know to regenerate that light map? Let me think. Right, it does. Visual Studio Code doesn't come with one. What you get is you have to pick a build system, and somehow, like if you use CMake like I do, you have to pick which tools to use, and so they have to be installed separately. So I installed Visual Studio, then I installed Visual Studio Code, then CMake and all this stuff, and then CMake says, "Oh, you have Visual Studio installed, and you also have Clang installed. I could use either one." Yeah. You have the extensions you have for VS Code will locate the compilers, but you have to install them separately. I'm kind of at a loss here to try to figure this out because I don't see anything here about light. How does it know that it position needs updating? It should only do that if we have a non-zero visibility. That's what I'm not getting. Right? It can't. Could it be one of these things? No, it's not that. Oh, wait. I think I know what it is. It's directly marking the entity as dirty. That causes it. So we can't do that when it's destroyed because it no longer exists. That's why. Aha, yeah. Okay. So it's sort of a special case. If we destroy something and it was a light, we would... What would we do exactly? Mark the position as dirty, and that would cause the cameras to reload? All cameras within range would, but what about a camera that's slightly out of range? What's the right thing to do here? How do you spell the compiler you use? You're not sure, like Semix or like that? I'm not sure what you're asking. You can't install MinGW, so you're getting VSC because it has... No, it doesn't. Right. I would just install Visual Studio Community, for example, if you're going to use on Windows. And if it's on Linux, you should already have GCC or Git Clang, right? After you change it. But that's what I'm thinking, like that we should touch the position, like what this ends up doing, but only if it was a light that we're destroying. Because if it's a barrier, it's already handled by destroy entity. If it's a barrier, it'll already be handled by one of these. Because it'll go in there, it's like, oh, visibility is not 0. I need to mark that position as dirty. Yeah, I think Toulouse, you're on the right track. Like, that's what I'm thinking too, but what if, for example, it's if the light itself is out of range of the camera. Actually, let me see if this actually works at all. We need to move everything up a little bit. Let's move this light up and move the barrier up as well. We can just paint a barrier. Paint a barrier there, right? And actually, no, not there. Let's put a barrier over here. Move that light to the other side of it. Wait, what's lighting that? Oh, there. That light is. Okay. So there. So if I go out of range of the light itself and I move the light, what happens? Well, see, why does that work? I didn't expect that to work at all. Both the original position and the new position are completely out of range of the camera. I'm forgetting how my own code works. It's in this rendering system that the magic happens, but how does it work? Moving the light already worked. Yeah, so what am I not understanding? Is it this bounding box calculation? You see, it only goes to the max view distance, so that's what I'm not understanding. Unless, like, moving the light marks all positions lit by that light as dirty? I don't know. There's a build where you can fly the drone? Nice. Cool, Spheres. You had a teacher in college try to build your GCC code in VS. It didn't work out. No, it wouldn't. They're slightly different, aren't they? Is this the code that I'm looking for? I don't understand this code I wrote. Why did you do this to me, past Raimu? Future Raimu is upset. I think this is saying that if you change a tile and some light was lighting it before, we need to go and recalculate that light. But then, how does the camera know, like, for example, that these 5 tiles here, how does the rendering system know when I move that light to remove them from this camera? Actually, I guess I can look at I can do F12 and I can reload and I can look at the raw message on the network and see which one I'm getting. So now I'll move that light. What message did I get? I got a bunch of remove sprites all at once. Why did it remove so many? It removed more than 5. That's strange. And then we got a whole bunch of... Okay, which ones are these? $82.06, $82.37. But what about $82.38? Where's $82.38? Go. Yeah, but that's out of range. Why is that being told to the camera? It's being told to the camera even though it's out of range. Why is that? In fact, we're even seeing the light where the light should be. Yeah, X minus 12, that's way out of range. Right? The range is what? 9. It's telling the front end about something that's way off the end of the screen. Would it do that even if I'm completely out of range? Let me see. Maybe this has been a bug for a while. Let me move my character way out of range. And I'll take this light. Maybe this is what A squared was telling me about. I'll take that and that light. Why is it choosing now to lock up? I don't know. And move it like way out here. Yeah, we get a bunch of remove. Why the heck? And if I move it again, at what point do I start getting messages? Okay, I got a message there to add a sprite at -12. Which sprite? 8205. This one right here. But it's 12, it's way out of range. Why? And there's another one here, 8238. Which one's that? So these two. Oh, they're the ones lit by that light. Okay. I think I'm getting somewhere. It's taking the max range of the camera and adding the light's distance as well and saying, well, let's tell the camera about it. So I think it's a bug. Where would I find this bug? Well, fundamentally, I'm getting an add sprite. So what calls add sprite? This one. Is this the only place where it's done? Yes. So something is calling announce new sprite to camera for some reason. And this is the only place possible. It's that we can see it. Why can we see it? It's not gone. We're in the same zone. And the camera can see that position. Why can the camera see out that far? Why does it think the camera can see there? If I move down and up and then I move the light again, am I getting more of those messages? I'm on there. And then move that light again. Yeah, got 2 remove sprites. And 2 adds again. Weird. It's somehow in the camera's vision map, even though it shouldn't be. Oh, wait. Did I make the camera's vision map extend beyond the range? That might be why. Was that just a kludge to make this whole thing work? Go and kick past Remu's butt, if so. Range in quadrants. Max range in quadrants. What is this? Wait a minute, what? Square root of the max view distance squared times 4? What? It's going double the max view distance? Is that what I was saying? Oh, right, 2x. Right, because it's in quadrants. It's the, what is that? Oh, wait, it's in a circle that fits. Okay. Is that the problem? That's 9. Let's do some math here. 9 times 9 times 4 plus, what's the other number? 7? 7 times 7 times 4 square root. 96. Okay, I didn't do that right. Okay, we can do it this way. 9 times 9 times 4. What's it, eval? Alt-E. 7 times 7 times 4. E plus E. And then square root. Does it know square root? No. 520 square root. 22. Divided by 2. 11 squares. Yeah, so it's because it's a circle that contains the diagonal. So if our camera, hold on. If our camera is here and we want to be able to see there, it's drawing a circle that contains this rectangle. So we're going to get messages about tiles slightly out of range, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, so I can make this break, and I already know that this is broken. So I can make it break worse by making the light stronger. So if I go to particles and I say that that light is like 8, right? Now, if I'm way out here and I move that light, oh, actually it still works. Okay, I'm wrong. I thought that would break it because this entity is way far away from my character, and so it wouldn't know that these tiles, which are roughly here, need to be repainted. Okay, I'm wrong. Never mind. So what is it that I'm misunderstanding here? The light would be marked dirty. What does calculate light map do? Oh, it puts them in the dirty entities list. Okay. Okay, I know what I'm missing then. We're not doing this when a light gets deleted because we can't look it up. Okay. How come? That's interesting. If I close it and I go to Control K, Control Q to go to the last edit, and it opens a blank thing again. Okay. Where was I last editing? I don't even know. It's in the rendering system. All right, I made the test. And the test, wait a minute. Test is failing. Right, okay. So I need to go to destroy entity. I guess what I'm looking at is when I get here to tile. Wait a minute, no. I don't even need to do this. I can, in fact, I should be looking at the light map, right? It's probably leaking the light. Hey there, Radon. How do you even make C++ projects in VS Code you don't understand? Well, I have a video that explains how I do it. It's there. It's a combination walking through how to set up a test framework for unit testing that also shows how I set up a project in C++. So I use CMake with C++, and with that, if you write a CMake list file, it sets up that is the project for you, right? You get to pick the tool set, and then the build key works and all that. But that requires that you use CMake. If you don't like CMake, if you want to use something different, you'll probably have to find a different add-on. Visual Studio might be easier, yeah, because it's got like menu options for creating new projects. So you might find it easier to just try it in Visual Studio, yeah. Yeah, when you're first beginning, you kind of want the IDE to make the projects for you, and wait until you know a little bit more before you start messing around with making the projects yourself. I think I'm leaking lights here. I think what I want to do is at the end, say, look it up in the light maps, right? Hold on, let me put a bookmark here because I forget where these variables are stored. I think it's light maps. No. It'd be here. Light maps by entity. Here we go. It holds a cache of information about which quadrants of which positions in the game are currently lit. Okay, this is exactly what I want. I want to look it up in the lights by entity. So const auto, I guess. Lights by entity entry equals lights by entity find entity. If that's not equal to that end, then we are deleting a light. So if we delete a light, I think all I need to do is just go through this light map and mark all these positions as dirty. So we would let's just do that. So for const auto, what is it again? A position. Position in lights by entity entry second. It should tell me that the type is a position. Well, it doesn't. It says it's a tree iterator value type position. But that it's going to be a light map, which is a map of, okay, no, it's not exactly a position. It's a map of positions to integers. So this would be like a light map entry. And then the position is the light map entry of... Do I want that there? First, I guess we can take an auto position. Now, what is this? It is a position. Yay! So then I can mark it as dirty. So what's it? Dirty positions. Dot insert position. I can't type today. Why can I not do that? Oh, it's a map from something. Okay, what is dirty positions actually? World position. Oh, it's in a zone. So I have to go actually get the zone that we're in first. Not a problem. Actually, does light by maybe tell me the zone? Does the position have a zone in it? No, it doesn't. Why did I choose to do it that way? Huh. Okay, yeah, we need to find out what zone it's in. Is that this one? Lights? No, that's for each zone with the lights in it. But okay, it will be in a zone if we find its position component. So let's just get it. Let's just figure out what it is this way. This is deprecated code, by the way. I don't need to do this anymore. So yeah, we could just say zone equals this one. Int that. Leaking lights. Yep, I think I'm leaking the light. Hey there, Murdium. How are you doing? I didn't see you type. There you are. Like 17 minutes ago. Sorry about that. Hope you're doing well. I'm not making a massively multiplayer RPG. I'm making just a multiplayer RPG. But it's something I've wanted to do for like 20 years, so I'm finally trying to do it. This is what it looks like. This is the test environment, and we're working on lighting and shadowing. So the shadows cast by barriers and like, you know, when you move around them, you can see around them if they're lit by those light sources, that kind of thing. So there's some bugs in that I'm working on today. Yeah, it's inspired by Ultima, so... Where's the right note page for that? I guess if you just go to my notes, one of the very first notes there in the overview is like, what is it? And the coding journey, this is what I was inspired by. So I've always wanted to make a game kind of like that. Also, I think it's easier for a solo person to make because games back then were simpler in the graphics and interaction. And so I'm finding that's true too. So there are a lot of problems in more complicated games that I'm able to avoid. But it's a lot of work, especially because I'm trying to do this stuff from scratch. Where does the O come from? Online. Multiplayer online RPG, a role-playing game. I guess it's sort of redundant, right? If it's multiplayer, it's probably online. Back in the day, though, back in my day, you could have a multiplayer game that wasn't online, and that would be like a LAN game, local area network game. Yeah. So mine's online. It's got a site, and it's multiplayer. All the players are in the same game world, and it happens to be an RPG. Well, this is my attempt to do it. Abandon. How do you say your name? Obandox? Obandox. Hi. Yeah, I've always wanted to try to do it, and this is my attempt to do it. So we'll see how it goes. It's been about a year so far. Probably in another year I'll have enough of this done where it's playable, that you can do stuff in it. But you know, it takes longer for me, like I said, because I'm doing the engine myself. Okay, if I get the zone we're in, I'm going to use that down here, right? I should figure it out at this point, right? Well, thanks for the follow, by the way. This would be dirty positions entry, right? So let's see if I do this right. It should be in there, so I should just be able to do this, right? Dirty positions entry. Dirty positions in this zone. Zone, right? And then I can do that. And then I have to remember to remove the light map. So let's not make it const. Actually, can you delete a const iterator? Can I do that? I always forget this kind of thing. Can I do that? I think I can. Because it's not that the iterator is const. I mean, it's not a const iterator, it's that the iterator is const. Which sounds really weird, but C++ is weird. I think I can do that, right? I can destroy a light map. Oh, there are other things I need to make sure. I need to destroy, I need to remove it from lights by zone. I should just look to see, is this done somewhere? Or am I leaking that completely? Clear them here. Here's where I insert. It should be when it's calculated. Okay. I see calculated. But where do we remove? I don't think I ever do. I think this is a memory leak. If lights move or they're removed. Well, yeah, what if I move a light from one zone to another? That's bad. Shoot. Okay, I don't do it yet, but I should probably handle that later. Fix later. Moving a light from one zone to another leaks the old light map. It'll end up creating a new one in the new zone. Yeah. Is that just, I just need to remove lights by zone? So I can just say, lights by zone erase entity. And what's it not like about that? I'm missing a parenthesis somewhere. I don't see it. Is this just Visual? Yeah, it's just Visual Studio Code IntelliSense getting weirded out. Okay. Any of the data structures that I might be leaking. I'll remove it from this map and this map. Anything else I need to do? Are we going to remove that? No. Well, no, that'll get recalculated, right? I think. No, by light sources. So yeah, I need to remove it from that too. So where is that built? Yeah, calculate light map. Okay, fine. So we need to get rid of that as well. Illuminated tiles by zone. Actually, do I even need to do that? I can just put that in the place of that. Oh, that's to prevent to not have to look it up every loop. Yeah. This is erase entity. And technically, if this gets empty, I could probably erase it too. What is this saying I can't do here, though? What is this? Yeah, why can't... Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, it's by position. Oh, shoot. I gotta go through and remove everything from... Okay, well that sucks. This is not it's not as simple as doing that. Okay. This code is just too complicated. What am I doing here in calculate light map? I think I had to like figure out what do I need to add and remove and stuff like that, right? Right, there's an old light map. And then we're doing a bunch of finds, finding the light and removing the entity. Yeah, okay. So before we destroy the light map, we have to iterate through it with this. In fact, I should probably take all of this code, right? This is, what is this here? Lights by entity, old light map. Oh, it's just extracting it out. Yeah, I think I just want all this. Here. I think this for loop probably replaces that for loop, right? So find the illuminate tiles in that zone. Extract the old light map. This find is that find up there. Okay, so then really this goes outside. It goes in place of this code probably there. That's the same. Hold on. It's not the same line. Well, I screwed that up. What's going on here? Oh, that line is the same as that line. Got it. Okay. I feel like I'm going crazy today. It's like it's a Monday, but it's not. It's a Friday. Werbus. I don't know who Werbus is. This is C++ 11, Obandox. I've been trying to come up with a list of reasons to move to the latest C++. And here's a list so far, but right now I'm on C++ 11. This is to help motivate me. I'm collecting reasons from viewers. Here are some reasons why you should go to the latest C++. He's one of your viewers. Okay. What did he make? That's cool. Elevator, huh? The wrong elevator opens. Oh no, I was just looking at it wrong. Oh, I see. Well, that's cool. I thought it looked like the other elevator door opened when he got close to it, but that's just a shadowing thing. Yeah, I was looking at it wrong. It looked like he was gonna walk into the door and the other door opened. Yeah, the shadows. That's pretty cool. That's better than what I can do. The shadows in my game are all cruddy code right now. Why am I doing this outside? Why am I doing that there? I don't know why. I could just move that here, right? This is extracting the old light map. And if anything is illuminated by... Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I guess if nothing is illuminated, then this would be empty too, and so we don't need to do anything. For everything in the old light map, erase it from there. But I also want to do the marking things dirty. Hold on a second. Actually, hold on a second. I got rid of the sweater. It's getting too warm in here. Talking about VSC versus VS. VS is so large because it has so many options. I think you can strip down the install so it just has what you need, but it's probably even when you do that a bit bigger, right? Some of the shadows in yours are looking great. Yeah, you guys are much better at doing shadows than I am. I'm just comparing this section of code and this. It's really hard for me to read this. I really need to clean this up. I doth vanish and rematerialize on the screen when sipping the water. What sorcery is this, exactly? Hey there, Rally Monkey. I'm having to concentrate to understand this code, which means I'm going to want to refactor this later. I can take this and put it here. And then this is old light map, right? Wait a minute, I'm already iterating it down there. So let's, wait a minute, what am I doing here? Yeah, take this and put it here, right? And then like that. How did that get indented? What am I doing? Oh, I see. I put it in the wrong spot. There. So that's the position. I can just put that there. I think this is what I want. So, find the old light map, extract it out, basically move it out and erase the entry. Then look at everything that was lit by that light. Actually, it's find all the things illuminated in a zone, and this is probably always going to be true. But just in case it's not, we don't want to go into it if it's empty. Actually, do I ever use that? I use it down here. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we get access to everything dirty in that zone. Should I be doing? What if I could do the same trick here? I know it will be illuminated. Or do I? Actually, might not, because we might not have run the rendering system yet. Yeah. Anyway, going through everything lit by that light, we mark it as dirty, that position as dirty, and then we go to that position and there's a record of what lights are lighting it, and we remove that light from that list. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. So there we go. Let's try it out. I actually think of VS Code as it started out as an editor, and they just made it extensible through the APIs to make extensions. But fundamentally, it's just an editor. But that's, I don't know. That's just my take on it. Yay, it worked. Okay. It's magic. It's sorcery, but at least it works. I'll clean it up later. I changed a bunch of junk in here, right? So let me fix that. So the lighting test zone. I think I made the lights brighter, right? Let's make the lights dimmer. Why is it 0? Oh, right, the ambient lights. Let's fix the ambient light, and then the lights themselves, right? I made them twice as bright, so reducing the light, and then go ahead and restart the server. And retest. So now removing a light should make the light vanish and not make a hole in the world. And we're back. Go to where Raimo is, please. There we are. Why is it so slow? Is this the Chrome problem again? It just starts to slow to a crawl sometimes. Yeah, let's move this one over to there. And then remove that. And then you can move down here. There we go. All right, and then let's test a few things. I should be able to paint that. Wait a minute. Did that completely break? Why is that still... Oh, it's lit by that light. Oh, right, my ambient light. I need to be one far further away. Okay, try that again. It's lit there. Now it's hidden. Cool. And now when I delete the light, what happens? Damn it. It didn't work. It should have worked. Why didn't it work? Moving the light works, but deleting the light doesn't. Did I not build it? I built it. This test ran, so what's the deal? How could the unit test pass in the code? I'm suspicious of this. Let me run this again. Did it actually? Yeah, it's installing and launching. Okay. I wonder if it's... Yeah, okay. I don't know. What could I also have screwed up? Wait, it could be that the light is on top of a ground tile? No, that shouldn't make a difference. Light. Grr. Are we getting a sprites list and it's just wrong? Is that what's going on? Let's reload because there are too many WebSockets. Let's just look at the current one. Okay, I think there's still something wrong with Chrome and WebSockets right now. Also, why are these lights so damn bright? Is it just that I have too many of them? Let's move this one out of the way. Yeah, they're just overlapping and stuff. Okay, well, you know, that's fine. So when I remove that light, so the last message is down here, and I remove the light, what do I see? I see just remove the sprite. It didn't remove anything around it, but when I move, what does it do? It did a new sprite's old sprite, so it did end up removing a bunch, and then move myself. Okay. So it's just that the camera didn't detect that they were moved until I moved. So that means the camera refresh isn't being set, right? But it's being sent here. I don't get it. Hey there, Crumpet. Kind of annoyed by a bug I'm trying to reproduce in the test environment, and it doesn't fail. But it fails for real here. Let me illustrate the bug yet again. And like, how come I can't see my character now? What the heck? What the heck is going on? There I am. I don't know what's going on. So that light lights up that wall, right? But the problem is when I remove that light, it didn't unlight everything else until I like move left or something, and then it vanishes. So there's something going on. There's a genre of music called hard bass. Mostly Russian Slav, so people from the USA don't really understand it. Okay. Yeah, it's not updating the tiles, but it should be. This test is replicating that. It says you have a light shining on a wall and a camera next to it. When we remove the light, the original, it shouldn't be illuminated anymore, so the camera shouldn't see it. And so it's like, yeah, you get an empty sprites, and that actually works. And all I'm doing is calling to destroy the light. So I'm doing the same thing here, but it's not refreshing the camera. It's just saying, oh, light's gone, but everything else around it is still lit. So I don't really get it. Let's go back to this. So this is all in destroy entity, right? Yeah, destroy entity. I guess I can see where is refresh true set in here. It's here, right? So like that test we were just looking at should have hit there. Yeah. Unless it's something to do with relative coordinates versus absolute coordinates. Oh, is that what it is? Could it be something stupid like that? How do we compute this bounding box? Oh no, it is absolute coordinates. Okay. Yeah, so I should have got a camera refresh in the actual test environment. Why am I not? I don't know. Is there an early return or something? No. It should fall out and get here. I could just instrument this. So diagnostic sender, send formatted message, destroyed light entity D entity. Whoops, I hit page, what, I don't know what I hit. Page down or something, okay. And then for everything, so we'll print something here. Destroyed light. Well, marking position dirty. X and Y, right? So that's position X, position Y. Those are integers, right? Yep. All right, let's build it and run it. Now look at what the back-end diagnostics say. This is what you got to do when you can't figure out why the unit test passes and the real code doesn't. You just instrument it and look at the. It's like old school debugging, print statements, right? painful. I guess I could also attach a debugger and see what's happening when the destroy entity is called. All right. Go to Raimu. Take this light and duplicate it there. See, it shows up. It's just, it doesn't, the reverse doesn't happen. Let's see what happens when I do that. Interesting. It didn't go into the other code at all. Why not? That would be if the illuminated tiles by zone, it couldn't find that zone. Either that or the light map was empty. So more instrumentation. What do we want to say here? Looking through light map for entity. Yeah, do I see that message at all? I'm gonna guess that I am seeing that message. If I don't see this, that means that light map was empty. Why would the light map be empty? I don't know. It's supposed to take it out of there. I don't know why it would be empty. Oh, wait. Is it? Do I remove it up here somewhere? Am I doing it like in here? No, if I did it, it would fail the unit test too. So I don't know. I don't understand. I guess I can look and see where we erased in there. Right, we weren't because we're doing it here. What's this? Oh, okay, we clean up lights if they're no longer lit. Yeah, that makes sense. And then that, remove, yes. Well, that's interesting. That's not what I expected. It didn't go into here, so the illuminated tiles by zone didn't have an entry for that zone. How's that possible? It could be that the zone is wrong. Let's print out the zone number. Why would that be wrong? I don't know. We'll get to the bottom of this. It's an iterative process where I just ask the code questions basically, and it responds by what it prints out until I get some insight into what the heck's going on. Just a bummer that it takes so long. The iterations take so long to come up. Over to there, and then grab that and duplicate it, and then delete it. Yay. Zone number 1? What? Not zone 1. We're in zone 7749. Wait, what the heck? Okay, that's a bug. The zone number is wrong. How did the zone number get wrong? Oh, shoot. There it is. It happened to be 1 in the test. Oh, that's so funny. So, to check, it was a coincidence that the zone was 1. So if I created like a dummy entity first, it would break the test. There we go. I bet that'll break the test. Yeah, it was just a coincidence that it was the correct zone number, so this will break it. Yeah, it broke it. It broke it. The bug fix is that we have to do an index of that. So stupid. Can I go back in the past and tell Pastor Remo, hey, that you did a stupid there, and the test was just by coincidence didn't see it? Okay, I did a stupid. Even if this works, I still have a date with that code, so to speak. I need to go back and refactor it, because I had the hardest time understanding what the heck I was doing here. This is just immensely hard to read and understand. We all do stupids from time to time. That is true. Two, bud. With the 8-month sub. My goodness. How are you today? Thank you for your support. I'm doing stupid things, but then finding out what they are and then fixing them. So there we added the light. Let me delete the light. Ah, so much better. Okay, time to remove the diagnostics. We don't need them anymore. Yay. Okay. It passes. Yay. Now you have to add random large ID values. Yeah, I mean... But who... It's just that the has is a boolean. I bet there's probably a build warning I was just ignoring. Like it should have... No, it wouldn't, because I did an explicit cast there. That's what killed it, right? That was suppress the warning, turning a boolean into an int, right? Well, that's what that does cast it. It casted it when I didn't want it to. What this is meant to do is go to this JSON value and say that interpret it as an int. And I happen to have code that takes a boolean and interprets it as an int, so maybe I should print a warning whenever I do that, because it's sort of dumb. All right, so let's check that in. This is finding what zone we're in and then cleaning up the light map when we delete a light. Right, so fix bug in not cleaning up light maps of deleted lights. Too long, but that's okay. Only by a few characters. All right, this is the life of a programmer. Sometimes you're in that flow state and you're just adding stuff and fixing stuff left and right. And other times you're just struggling. But anyway, hopefully got past that. So we fixed those. Fix light projection from inside barriers. Yeah, so let's demonstrate that. That's like this example here, right? That light is, if I mark the light as blocking, so if I go here and I say that visibility 1, right? Then the lights don't shine anymore, even though they should. So I want to fix that. Why do I do a git garbage collect? Because I just got into the habit of doing it. If I don't do that, whenever I do git GUI and there's too much garbage, it pops up an annoying box saying, you have garbage to collect. And it says, do you want to do it now? And I say yes. And then it says it does it, but it doesn't really do it. So it's just a side effect of the buggy tools I use. So yeah, the things I do are not always for a good reason. That's the takeaway. It's just that I don't care to put effort and any thought into improving it. I got other things to think about. To clean up these bookmarks. All right, and then I suppose this is a test, right? Putting a light on a wall. So we'll have a special tile set for this. Sure. Yeah, let's have a light that's sitting on a wall. A light on top, or, well, really, it's a, I don't need a new test. All I need to do is go to the tile set we were making and make lights also barriers. So let's go there. We can set all these lights to also be barriers, because why not, right? Yeah, and it'll just break a bunch of tests and I'll just go fix them. Thought Git does it by itself. It doesn't collect the garbage fast enough for to get GUI to be satisfied. That seems to be the problem for me. The Git GUI says, too much garbage. And Git's like, well, I haven't taken the garbage out. You know, it's kind of like a dysfunctional family where it says, you need to take the trash out. And it's like, I'm going to wait for them to be more trash. Yeah, so I broke everything with that. So I think the way I want to fix it is I want the light propagation to ignore the first step. So that's propagate light. I remember doing this. Is it here or is it in rendering? It would be in rendering this one. Propagate light. So it first, where does it set the first quadrants up? Oh, I forgot to delete that. Let's just do it now. Why not? Is it illumine and then yeah, here we go. Here's the initial edge, right? So what I wanted to do is just ignore the first edge. How do I do that? I think in this first, I think propagate light does a conditional here, right? Yes. Wait a minute. Then I can just skip all this, right? It's just setting up this initial edge. I could just have more of them. Yeah, why not? So just have more of them. Which ones would I have? I would just have a loop, wouldn't I? So for I don't know. What are the types here? It's int, right? Yeah, int. For int y equals, so at -1 to 2 plus y. And then same thing for x. Push back xy. And the commas should be semicolons. Just do that, right? So start with, instead of a 4x4, it's a 2x2, it's a 4x4 centered around 0.5, 0.5. So basically auto illuminate at least one tile, one quadrant away. Uh-oh. Oh, because I didn't set that. Shoot. Yeah, so this is also a little bit different, right? And actually I wouldn't do 0. Okay. This is different. Don't want those in there. I want the edge to be around that. I want to basically walk around a 2x2 square. And I want to have some of these already illuminated. Which ones? The 9 around it. 5, 6, 7, 8. +1, -1, whoops, plus 1, minus 1 plus 1. I totally did that wrong, didn't I? Back we go. Do it this way. There, and there, plus 1. And then just to make it look a little fancy. I don't usually do that, but I'll do it this time. Okay. So if it's 1, 2, 4, 8, this one would be an 8. The next one would be 12, and then 4. And then the one to the left would be 2 plus 8, which is 10. And this 15, and then the one on the right is 1 plus 4, which is 5. And then one down and left would be, it's the top right, so that's 2. And the top 2, which is 3, and then the top left one, which is 1. Eight, 12, 4, 10, 15, 5. 2, 3, 1. I think that's correct. And I'm gonna be okay with putting the center edges in there. That's too much work to remove them. Almost there. There's some things that still broke. Yeah. So that's right. What did I get wrong? What is different here? There's something extra in the sprites. Okay, so which one is that? Tile 2 is visible. No. ID 3. So tile 3 is visible. Which one's 3? The light. We expect to see the light and the wall too. Hold on. Oh, this might be because the ambient. I might have to put the camera further away from the wall. Okay, we can fix that. So the camera probably needs to be further away, so like 2. And then that means that this will be -2. Actually, this isn't the right way to fix it. Okay, but that would have fixed it. But if I leave it the way it is, then you'll be able to see one square away from you all the time, and I don't want that. I'd rather, like, yeah. I think the ambient light projection should be, what happened here? Oh. Yeah. There we go. The ambient light should not extend one square further. So, what does that mean? Instead of illuminating a 4x4 for real light, for ambient light, it would be 1 less than that. So, maybe an easier way would be to go back to where we were and have another flag for Illumin that says whether or not to extend one more. No. Okay, either way, I'm going to want a flag, I think. So it would be something like, I don't know. Actually, no, I don't need this. Because we already have the range and quadrants, right? Yeah, I know what to do. So I'll group together the ones that are beyond 1 right there. I can get back the original code ahead here. That would be nice. Yeah, can I get that into the clipboard? It's not going to let me, is it? I hate that. I have to always go to git lens to do that. Where am I? Here? Yeah, and I want these out. I want to say if range in quadrants is greater than 0, do these additional steps. Else, the original ones. That's what I want. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, next edge should be declared outside. All right. Did that fix it all? Almost. There's one test that still fails. Light not removed when moved. Oh, it's resetting the camera. I think the camera's too close to the light or something. Gonna get BS installed and then go to sleep. Can't anymore? You're sleepy? Yeah, that's what I do. If I can't solve something and it's getting too late, I'll say, I'll handle it tomorrow. You'll wake up tomorrow and you'll be like, he'll have more energy and it may be a slightly different approach, and you'll be getting it to work in like 5 minutes, and you'll be like, wow, I got that done a lot faster than I thought it would. I was so stuck last night. Hey there, Phantasmics. How are you doing? Is Spheres should still be here. You missed the Spheres' chat there, right? Yeah, good night, Manes. I think I know what I screwed up here. I'm off by 1. When I do the range in quadrants, I need to subtract 1. Yeah, so this is basically this is illuminating 1 quadrant manually. So we wanted to subtract 1 from the range in quadrants at that point. So that's an off by 1 problem. Is that the animated wave? There you go. So you did animation. We were talking about animation before, right? Removing some text and moving it? I like it. Okay, that really screwed it up. Why would that do it? Good question, Raimu. Why would that screw up all those other things? Oh, because of this range thing. Yeah. So it's not that I want to subtract 1 from the range, right? I think it's just that that test is screwed up. Let me look at the test. Waving guy animation. Yeah, I like the waving guy animation. In my mind, it worked. Okay, I think this test is just too sensitive. Let me look at this test. Light not removed when moved. So the arrangement is, we have a light that goes 2 squares. We create an entity at, what is that? 3 by 0. We put a camera at 0 by 0, so 3 tiles away. Then we move the light 1 up. We expect a move sprite. Instead, we get a complete repaint. Interesting. I think that's because the light is actually, why would we get a move sprite anymore? I would think that that's exactly what I would get instead. A camera refresh. Is that because it's lighting itself? Oh, because it's marked as a barrier now. Oh yeah, okay. So we just need to update this test. Sprites. Yeah, we need this one. Yeah. Type. Wait a minute. Did I do that right? Yeah, in here. And it's just a light, right? So it's ID light. It's at 3 by -1. The tile is 1, right? Yeah. The tile says tile set depth was 0, I think. Depth of the third argument 0, right? Okay, good. Updated test. So because the light is marked as a barrier itself, it causes the camera refresh the way I have the code written right now. Okay, it's almost correct. Oh, the depth is 1. Oh yeah, depth is 1. Yep. There we go. I'm gonna need to take a break real soon too. Cool. I'm gonna see this actually working and then I'll take a break. Because after this is working, that was it for the bugs for the day. I'm then gonna work on this, right? The directional lights, which is the whole title of today's stream. I will finally get to it after 2 hours and 11 minutes. Stop that and start it. And the goal would be to have, be able to set those lights as, right, so the lights should actually shine again. Did that right? Start, server, start. I wish I had enough spare cycles to do Ludum Dar. Or Ludum Dare, Ludum Dare, Ludum Dar. I don't know how to say it. Cool. So is that working the way I expected it to? I think it is. So I should be able to like take that light and put it on this wall. Put it back. Okay, what's... Right, okay. So I guess it's working. Yeah, before these were in darkness, right? They weren't showing up. And like if I took this one and put it on the wall, it's actually lighting around it instead of being just lighting itself only. Okay, so good. I'm gonna take a break and come back and then do directional lighting because what I want to do is like have this light only show up on the top and not the bottom down here. That's my goal. That'll be the goal for the rest of the day. So I will be back in a few minutes, all right? I'm back. Alrighty then. Okay. I was gonna do directional lights, and I know that's gonna end up hitting the same code. So it's gonna make it a little bit complicated because this is projecting all 4 cardinal directions, and it is kind of gross. So you know what I'd rather do is the other solution I was thinking of, where have propagate light. We'll have it do a special rule where it skips checks if it's in the origin tile. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna go back and change this again. Probably just put it back to where it was, like that. I know. I'm undoing the stuff I did before. That should be the original code, right? Oh, except for I deleted that line. I need to keep that line. Yeah, let me do it a different way, because otherwise, because the directional light is really just making these conditional. Is all that's required, right? Like if you wanted to have it just shine up, or actually better would be to do left. No. Yeah, left. You would just do the first 2, right? You would just go the 2 quadrants on the left, and that would just project to the left and not to the right or up or down. So the directionality will be all, the key to it will be within doing this conditionally. Yeah, I think we can do it within here, right? This x is what? What is x? It's relative coordinates. So yeah, I can just what do I just do? The sum of their absolute values can't be more than, well, hold on. It's more complicated than that. I think we're just gonna check if I just divide them both by 2, right? Hold on, do I divide them by 2? I do. Yeah, I can just see if next position 0, 0, then I can skip all of this stuff. Right, I can just do it this way. If next position dot x is not equal to 0, or next position dot y is not 0, then we can do all this stuff, right? Otherwise, it's going to propagate. Thank you, Phantasmix. And Nui. Okay. Nope, didn't work. Why not? Oh, this is taking the center. So I need to do not equal to a center x. Right? Yep. Center y. There we go. I think. I shouldn't say I know what it is. I think that's what it is. Nope. I don't know what it is. Because this just does the math to figure out what... Right, so it should be... If it's 0, 0, I want it to propagate. So center x, center y. Yeah, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, it's next position, not current position. Okay, I got it wrong then. It's if it's within the 3x3 square. So, what absolute position of? I really want to calculate these first, right? Const auto pos x is position from quadrant x, and then position y from quadrant y, and then we can use these here. That's fine. And then it's if the absolute value of position x is less than or equal to 1 and, or actually it's if it's greater than 1 or if the absolute position, I mean, this isn't exactly right. No, I got it wrong. I got it wrong again. Shoot. It's not, it's if the quadrants are outside of the 4x4 quadrant box. That's what it is. Thank you for that follow. Sorry this is a bit confusing. Let me just undo. Put that back. I don't need that code up there. Yeah, it's if the box is from -1 to 2 inclusive, right? I guess I just have to do it the painful way, which is if x, well, I can do them all as different clauses, right? If x is less than -1, or x is greater than 2, or y is less than -1, or y is greater than 2. Then we need to check for barriers. Otherwise, our next position is within the 4x4 quadrant box. And we should always propagate the light. So, yeah, there we go. Green lights. I like to see green lights. Okay, let me check that in. And then we'll do the directional lights. And yeah, so that's this, right? Making it conditional. Making the lights barriers and seeing that, and then that has to be adjusted because the light is a barrier now. Okay, cool. So, fix bug in propagating light from a barrier. Like a torch that's sitting on a wall, right? Always propagate light at least 1 quadrant from the source. And I'm gonna resist the urge to do get GC this time. And actually, what if I just don't do get GC until I get that garbage collection thing, and then I can show, and then maybe clip that, and then when someone asks why do you run get GC, I can say, watch this clip. I don't want to see that error message anymore. I like that idea. Okay, directional light. I suppose we'll make a test for this. Kind of based on one of our other tests that has a nice comment above it. Yeah, like one of these. And I suppose I could put it at the end, right? Because why not, right? Why not? There's no particular order for these tests. Well, maybe there is. Actually, it'll save me grief later if I keep them in a certain order. If I put it near a similar test. So many tests, though. Actually, it's just one of these, right? I'll take this one. So this would be directional light only visible from one side. I know what I want to do. I will have a light there and 2 walls. One there and one there. The camera has no ambient light. The light is directional, only casting light to the right. So the light illuminates the right wall, but not the left wall. Then we add, I don't know, we don't have to do that then. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to have 2 cameras. Furthermore, the light itself should only be visible on the to the camera that is on the right side of the light. Because I want to have that same trick, like a door that only shows up from one side, right? Or weird visual things will come in handy later. Stuff that disappears when you move past it, that kind of thing. Wall 1 and wall 2. If wall 1 is at negative, let's have -2. Wall 2 is a +2. Lights at 0, 0, and two cameras. Right, client ID. Let's have 15 and 16. So one of them is at 1 by 1. The other one's at 3 by 1. Right, and then we don't need to do that at all. In fact, these go here. It's what do the cameras see, right? I expect 15 to see... not to see anything, really. Actually, no, it'll see it'll see the wall only. It'll see only wall 2. Only wall 2 will be visible. Okay, let me split this up. And I actually don't know which order they'll be in. Probably in order by client ID, but I'm not sure. So the first one is camera 1 here. It only sees wall 2. Only wall 2. And wall 2 relative position is 1, 2, 3 by -1. 3 by -1, the tile is exactly. Okay. And then the other client here is going to see the light and the wall. Right? So the light, it'll be -1, -1. The wall will be a +1, -1. And I need to mark the wall as being directional. So let's make another helper. Create directional tile entity. I think what I'm going to do is just have a quadrant mask for the direction. So actually, can I just build it into this one? Because I have optional parameters. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it that way. So I have to say the label, and then we'll make the direction after the label. So the right would be 2 + 8, which is 10. So create tile entity needs to have int direction mask. And the default will be all 4 directions, right? And I guess I need to include it here then. Direction mask. Because that's now an optional argument for create tile entity with health bar. Yay! Okay, and then we'll say, I think where do I want to include it? In position? Or in tile? I don't know. Which component does it naturally go with? A position component? Does being in the world imply which direction you're facing, or is that something in the tile? I'm almost thinking that it goes with the tile. I'm not sure. I think I'll just include it in the tile, because I'm not sure. I gotta be careful, because I might need to have special code that if the direction changes, we have to recalculate stuff. Yeah, this is gonna be a little complicated. Good thing I have an hour and a half to do it, huh? All right. If direction mask is not equal to 15, which is all bits set, which will be the default if it's not present, then tile component, and we'll make a new key. Tile direction equals direction mask. Let's add the new key. Const and string dir. Dirt. Derp derp. Cool. Done. Unless there is a compiler problem. This will of course not work. But the test should be right. So what will it, if the direction is ignored, what will it do? It'll see both cameras will see both walls and the light. That should be the difference, that the cameras see more than they should. Oh, they're also seeing the tile sets. I forgot about that. Interesting. Camera 16 only sees and doesn't see anything. Oh, did I make the light not very bright? Hold on, I might need to check that. Oh, wait a minute, no, both of them are seeing the sprites. So which sprites are they seeing? 3, 5, and 4. I think that's the two walls and the light. And the other camera? 3, 5, and 4. Yep. So they get the sprites first, and then they both get the tile sets given. So I should include the tile sets in the message. Tile sets. Yeah, this thing right here. And that goes after the sprites. $15 and $16. There we go. It's a big expectation. That's all I have to say. Okay. So the part about the tile sets should match. Yeah, it does. Although it's weird how the editor doesn't, when I get to this colon, it doesn't see that it's the same. But it is the same. Yeah, okay, we're fine. These match, although it's not obvious. I can see that it matches that. Okay, cool. So it's failing the way I expect. Now to handle the directional component. This is the tricky part. There's two parts of it, right? So we don't want that sprite even told to a camera if it's facing away. The other part is when we propagate light, we don't want to propagate in the directions it's not facing. Actually, that part's the easier part, so let me do that first. That's in this, we talked about, or I talked about this before, right? In illuminate, or illumine, the initial edges it puts, and also the illuminated quadrants. So the illuminated quadrants ought to just be taken directly from the component itself, from the tile, right? Illumine. Do we have the tile available? I do have the tile available. Right, so I can get it out here. So const auto tile direction equals, and this depends, right? If the tile has a direction, then it's int tile key tile direction, right? Otherwise, it's the default, which is 15. That tile direction will just pass to illumine. So illumine will get a direction mask. What's the bug here? Too many arguments. No, there's not too many arguments. I added one. Didn't you see? Oh, because it's declared as only having... It's declared differently. Let's fix the declaration. There it is. Tile direction. This is a bitmap, a bitmask, specifying which directions. Actually, I didn't call it tile direction, did I? I called it direction mask. which directions to propagate the light. All right. It's really which corner directions, and the two corners are both on. It's the cardinal direction that the corners are on, basically. Okay. Oh, I have an overload for that one. Okay, so I need to include that. Where am I? Why is this external? I don't understand this. Oh, because I wanted it to be testable. So the external one should not include this then. The internal one should. Where is that declared? That's the external one. So this should just be 15. And hold on, did I not declare this one? I did. How come it's not showing up in this? Oh, it is right here. Never mind. I'm just blind. That should go up here. And that should go there. Fixed. That's fixed. That's fixed. That's fixed. And then ambient is always all directions. So is vision. I wonder if I should just default it. I think I'm gonna default it. I don't have to hard code this stupid 15 everywhere. So the default is 15. The default is all directions. And the one place we don't default it is in actual lights. Okay, that works, right? Okay. Ambient and vision are all directions. Cool. Now we actually use this tile direction, this direction mask. So I'm going to do it here. I'm going to say if direction mask and 1 is not equal to 0, that one. I feel like I'm not sitting right here. That's a little bit better. Okay. Then 0, 1 is top right, so that's 2. And then this one's bottom left, so that's 4. And that one's bottom right, which is 8. See how the bit mask works? They're all powers of 2. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And this should be direction mask. How convenient. So that should get part of it, right? So now the wall should not appear to the... So the wall one shouldn't be showing up for either camera. There we go. And I should test to make sure I didn't break anything else. Okay. Tile 3, no, it's still showing all 3 of them. That's wrong. And the other camera, what does it see? 3, 5, yeah, so it's not working. It's not correct. Why not? Let's go debug. That should have hit here. Oh, wait a minute, I missed the crucial part. I never actually set the direction here in the test, did I? I was gonna, but then I got distracted. This light has to have a directional component on it. Oh, no, I did, but I put it on the wrong thing. That goes there. The light is directional, not the wall. Okay. Try again. This looks better. 5 and 4, but not 3. Yes. So 3, which I'm guessing is wall 1. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Why do I have 2 lights? Oh, I'm in the wrong test. How did I get here? I think I went down instead of... I went up instead of down. Okay. Yeah. 3, 4, 5. Right, so wall 2 and the light are visible. So the only problem is that this camera is seeing the light. So it shouldn't because it's directional. So show log. Yeah, so the first camera, 15, should only see tile 4, and it's seeing tile 5 and 4. Yeah, okay. Then this is the more difficult one. So it's when we decide whether or not to show something to a camera, we need to see if it's a directional tile, is it in the correct quadrant, or is it in a matching quadrant? There are a couple places where we need to do that, right? So initial sprites feedback. Right, I guess we do it in this is visible. Actually, this is not the right one. This is just saying, is a position visible, not if a tile is visible. Okay, it's in here. Add encoded sprites visible at position. So we have the camera's position, right? And then this is... I wonder why I have them split like that. With the world position of the positioning, the world coordinates of the position in question, and then where the camera is. So this gives us relative coordinates from the camera of where the position is. Cool, right. So we're fetching the tile. So here's where I can get it, right? I can say const auto direction mask. I can actually just copy this from before, which means I should probably have a helper function to do this. Direction mask equal, right? Was it not here? It's in components. Not helping. There it is. No. What? Where was it again? It was here, I thought. Was it in Illumin? It was something that called Illumin. Tiled, it's tile direction, that's what it is. This thing right here. In fact, let me just call it tile direction instead of direction mask. Tile direction, there we go. And then inside of here, it's a helper, so that needs to be scoped. So if the tile has a direction field, grab it, otherwise it's 15. That we're going to check against, I guess we need to compute what quadrant the camera is in. Yeah. So we can do that here, right? Int camera quadrant. And it could actually be in 2 of them. Yes, it could be in 2 of them. Okay, so start at 0 and we say if view x is less than or equal to 0. Actually, we're going to do it this way, right? That's 1/2 of the view. If view y is less than 0, then camera quadrants or equals 1. And then if view y is greater than or equal to 0, or in 2. And then flip this around for the other 2 quadrants. If it's greater than or equal to 0, then that's to the... Okay, I got these wrong. This is 4, actually. This is up and left. This is down and left, right? So this is right and up, so that's 2, and then right and down, so that is 8. Did I get this right? No, I got it completely backwards, I think. This is, from the camera's point of view, where is the square? So if it's, yeah, I need to flip, I need to exchange 1 and 8, and I need to exchange 4 and 2. Then it should be correct. All right. Now where do we decide to show it or not? I think we've already decided to show it if we get to this point, right? So I think I would just skip it if it's in the wrong direction. So there's 2 things that have to be true, right? It has to be not an admin camera. And we got the masks don't intersect, right? So tile direction masked with camera quadrant. Camera quadrants equals 0. That means they don't intersect at all. Then continue. I think that's it. So this will work for initial camera position, but not for like when we shift the camera or when something is added, like a tile update. So I need to handle those maybe in a different test. But yeah, that should work. It didn't work. Okay. Breakpoint time. Debug. Okay, which camera are we? This is camera 2, I think. So that's correct. Right, so we're seeing the light. Yeah, okay. I need to look at the other camera, really. Not this camera. I need to go until the camera is -1 x. Why is it? Hmm. Oh, because it's probably the vision. It's got 467 positions. Shoot. Okay. I need to go to the next camera. Let's just go to here again. Oh wait, but no, I was looking at the correct camera. X was 1. Ah, shoot, I got it wrong. Let me check something. Did I get the coordinates of the light correct? 0, 0, and the cameras? I had the camera's positions wrong, completely wrong. It's negative, yeah, this is -1 and 1. I had that completely wrong. Duh. Me stupid. Now it's working. Glad it's working. Without breaking anything else? Good. Alright, so that's for initial camera refresh. The other times we have to decide if a tile is visible would be when we do an add sprite, right? Or an update sprite. Announce new sprite to camera. That's if we can see it. So is it all in the can't see it then? Or are there other places? Because if then that's not so hard. And then the remove sprite. Or, yeah, is it remove sprite? Yeah. Announce sprite removed. if the tile actually is removed, or we can't see it, right? Can see it is false. Okay. Let me double check. Remove. That's the only place to remove sprite is, and there's only one place where it has. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, and then sprite shift. Right, old sprites, new sprites. Does this also use the can't see it thing? No, but it uses this in this one, which we just fixed, right? The one that's aware of the camera position relative to positional things. Okay, so that should be fine. It just won't add it, and then okay, this we need to update though. We need to say it's old or remove it if its quadrant's wrong now. So how do I check that? I can't easily because it's in this old sprites. What's in old sprites? I mean, not old sprites, but where is it? This thing, sprites by position, entity list. Okay, that's not gonna fly because it doesn't record the directions of those entities. I would have to cache not only their entity number, but also their direction mask, wouldn't I? Because I'm going to want to check it here in this loop. Add it to that list if it no longer matches. Okay, so I'm just in my head trying to count up the number of tests I need. I need one for camera updates. I need another one for shifting, when something shifts in and out of view. The shifting in and out of view, it's just we can just move the camera. So what about the update though? I think that would be where it's actually placed there after the camera is set up. Yeah. Okay, so that's maybe two different unit tests. Okay. let's do the easier one first, which would be that we place the wall after the camera is set up. So directional light only visible from one side when wall placed. And this other one will be when camera placed. Okay, so the difference here where we begin. Oh, hold on. I should elaborate here. Next, we add 2 cameras. So we go to that arrangement. We start with just that. In this one, we start with that. Well, go to that, right? We begin with this arrangement. The cameras know. Next, we add a wall to the right of the light. So the light illuminates the right wall, but not the left wall. Furthermore, the light itself should only be visible. Yeah, we knew that. Actually, that it doesn't matter anymore. The light should... Actually, let's start with no walls at all. The light should... Actually, this is not what I want. I want the light itself to be placed. I got it wrong. We want to go from that to that. Next, we add a directional light. The light should illuminate the right wall, but not the left wall. Right, exactly. That's what I want. I made you try a Pixie.js last night. You're excited to learn more this weekend? Just keep in mind I'm not using Pixie.js anymore. I'm using Phaser. Phaser.io. But it's basically the same. If you check out my prototype. Do I still have a command for that? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Let me check. I don't remember if I have a command for it or not. Because there's a branch in the prototype you could check out that has a comparison of Pixie and Phaser. I do. Prototype. Okay, you already know? Good, good, good. Yeah, if you want to see, if you check out that, okay, there's a highlight video about it, but it's also, I think it's in my GitHub. If you look at my GitHub for Iron Glove in my GitHub, there's a branch in there like Pixie versus Phaser and like side by side comparison, which is pretty cool, I thought. Oh yeah, yeah, no problem. That would work for you. Yep. Okay, so the difference here is we start with the cameras. So let me take the cameras and put them here, and then the difference is we add the light. Okay. So because it involves a camera refresh, it's still going to be a sprites list, right? But we won't have the tile sets anymore because they're given to the cameras already. We dismissed that. See, that's exactly what I expect. So that won't work right now because I haven't done that part yet. Or have I? Wait a minute. This might actually work by accident because it does do a camera refresh. No, it doesn't work. Interesting. Add sprite 4 to both, and then add sprite 7 to both? 4 and 7. Oh, wall 4 or 5, wall 2 and light, yeah. Why is it doing add sprite? I thought it would do a camera refresh. Am I wrong about that? Think you should go through a couple of my earlier videos related to the server to learn about networks and game servers? Maybe, but it's the work I did on the server stuff is spread out everywhere, so it might just help to ask direct questions. But maybe. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to wave to you. So, hi. I'm a little bit confused why it actually is working or doing that when I thought it would refresh the camera because we're adding a light. Hold on. When do we refresh the camera? Refresh equals true happens when? For initial sprites, when does it also happen? If the bounding box contains a dirty position. Is that the trick? Adding a light doesn't mark positions dirty? No, but it should. Let me see this in the debugger. So if I go, where is my debug thing? If I go there, that's the wrong breakpoint. Delete that. Go. Okay, and then go here. Only one position's marked dirty? Where the camera is, interesting. Oh, because we haven't calculated the light map yet. We do that down here. That's why. Okay, good, good. So this will work. This will work for me. So it's failing, yeah, because it gets to this updating the views, right? And I think it goes in here. And then this can see it this can see it is not calculated correctly. Can see it. Right, it has no check for directionality. There we go. See you, Spherus. So we can add the directionality thing here. If I have the tile, do I have the tile? Yes. Cool. So do I have a, I still have this, nice. Bookmarked. Bookmarks are cool. So I can get the tile direction and then I'll need to calculate the camera quadrant again. This thing. Should probably have a helper for this. I mean, that would be smart. That'd be a smart thing to do, wouldn't it? I'm not very smart sometimes. I'll just copy pasta the code now. Do it later. I shouldn't do this. Don't do this at home. Okay, so once that's in place, like where the other bookmark was, here, there was a check, right? Where was it? No, this is the wrong place. Hold on. This it? This is it, right? Where's the tile direction? Oh, it's right here. Right here. So I guess we tack it on at the end. And I need to reverse this, right? It's either an admin camera or there is an intersection. And that flag is there. There we go. And then back here, and then we run it one more time, and it still doesn't work. Shoot. Oh, I got the expectations wrong. Right, it's not a sprites list, it's a bunch of ad sprites. This stuff here. Right, so add sprite. And it will be light. No, wall 2 is at, they have 3, 1? Yes, 3, -1. 3, -1 at, yeah, okay, cool. And then I believe this gets transmitted as 2 different things here. And I don't know which one will be first. Let's just assume the light is first. The light is going to be at -1, 1, and the wall will be at 1, 1. Instead of these, I think I've probably got it backwards. Well, actually, it might be sorted in position order. Let's see. The tile is wrong, right? Because the walls are 2s, not 1s. 2. 2. There we go. Run it again. What else is different? That part's the same. Oh, I did have those backwards. Okay, well, it was just a guess. It's going to tell us that 2 are added. Just in the wrong order. Run. Yay. Okay, break anything? Didn't break anything. Cool. So then, the third thing was a shift, right? Well, that's where if we move the camera around a light. So let's do that one. Directional light appears or disappears as cameras move around it. My excuse for having a horrendously long name is I have this nice comment you can read about. Never fear, and Perry is here. Hello, Ann Perry. How are you doing? Begin with this arrangement. We're going to put a wall there. Actually, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have one camera. This one cannot see the light, and this one can. And just to make it visually more apparent, we'll do it that way. Next, we move the two cameras. So it would be shifting them slightly. So that one moves to the left and that one moves to the right. The light should appear for the first camera, the topmost camera, but disappear for the bottommost camera. One can't complain on Friday about, how about me? I can complain a little bit that I got stuck earlier, but I got out of it. It was just a dumb mistake that I was writing in the code. But I fixed it, now I'm moving on. I'm doing directional lights. So I did fix stuff in the lights in general where they can be attached to walls now and actually illuminate around them. So I'm working on, I want to make this a directional light so it only appears on one side of this wall, so that if I move down here, that I don't see it there. And only see it here. And so I'm working on that right now. Oddly nervous, has got a phone interview for a new job. Oh, new job. Nice. Haven't had an interview in 8 years. I can imagine how that feels. I'd be terrified. I haven't had an interview in 25 years. That would be nerve-wracked. Alright, so to arrange this, the first camera's at -1, 1, right? -1. Okay, that's where it was. And the second one will be at 0, 2. 0, 2. And then the light starts out there, and the act would be moving them. How do I do a move? It's with a set entity component of type. Where do I do that? Set entity, here we go. That's how I set, how do I set the position? This one, here we go. Got it, nailed it. Position of camera, oh, this returns something, right? Yes, so const auto camera 1, camera 2. So move camera 1 to 0, 1. The same zone, a depth, I don't know what depth are these cameras set at. 1. And then a camera 2 moves to -1, 2. So I will expect 2 sprite shifts. I have no idea what's in the sprite shift. We'll figure it out in a moment. I'm gonna cheat and look at another test. Yeah, exactly. So the first camera moved to the left, and it should be that a sprite disappeared, right? Yeah, the light should disappear because it's only visible from the right side. That's nearly as long as you've been alive. Yeah. Oh, dog's on high alert. Bark, bark. Yeah, I was working at the last company for a long time. I've only actually ever been at 2 jobs. Well, this is my 3rd, and I'm working for myself, so I don't know if that counts. The first job was like an internship that lasted just over the summer. The second job was another internship that became a full-time job, which then, several promotions later, then I was too expensive, and they included me in the large layoff round. I guess I can, well, yeah, I can set this up for the other camera. So this one will get an old and this one will get a new, right? And this one will shift to the right. So how does the old sprites and new sprites work? I'm looking to copy it from somewhere. Seriously, I don't have a test for that? Oh, that sucks. What about new sprites? I don't have any tests for that? What kind of developer am I? I don't have any tests for that. Okay, well, what is it actually supposed to look like? So for a new sprite, it is... this. So it's a bunch of datas. Okay. Oh, so it's just like an initial sprite. Okay, so I can copy that from the test before it, right? No, the two tests before that. This one. Here's the light. So this one will see the new sprite, so that will go there. ID light. And where will it appear from camera 2's point of view? 1 to the right and 2 up. So 1 minus 2. 1 minus 2. Tile is 1. The depth. What's the depth of the camera? I mean the light. 0. The tile is 1, by the way. Okay. Tile is 1. Okay, that's correct. But then what does old sprites look like? Is it just an entity number? Yeah, it's just an entity number. So that's easy. I can just say light. Done. Guarantee this won't work. Let's see it not work. Didn't work. There are sprite shifts. Interesting. It actually saw a new sprite when it shouldn't have. The left camera saw a new sprite. Which one is it? 5? Oh, that's the light. Well, actually, that's correct, isn't it? Yeah, that's correct. So, do I have this wrong? I had this wrong. I have the test of expectation wrong. I have these flipped. Okay, I have them flipped. That's, okay, that's not too terrible. I could just take this one out, put it here, and then take this and put it down here. Hey there, Chevy Wood. How are you doing? Oh, you were in, were you in CM Griffing's stream earlier? Is that where I saw you? I'm alright. I'm just adding directional tiles to the game, so I'm mostly going to use this for things like torches on walls. So like if I wanted this to only show up on the top half of the wall and not the bottom, like when I move around the corner, if I don't want that light to be shining this direction too, that I want to be able to hear as the game master say to this, I want this to be directional. I want it to be direction, and then the direction key for upward is 1 plus 2. That's 3. Yeah. So then I want the light to only shine up here and not down here, and have it not appear there. That's what I'm working on. Hey there, Fwiller. If you want to see a great artist, you should check out Fwiller's stream. He does everything from a 2D drawing to 3D modeling and sculpting. I'm working on adding directional tiles, so this little spark here, have it only show up on one side and not the other. That's what I'm doing right now. This is the test that's sort of arranging it, where you have a directional light that only lights the one to the right, and we have 2 cameras, and the cameras move around, and one should see the light now, and the other one should no longer see it. Is this actually matching? Oh, the directions flipped. Oh, that's right. It's not the direction the camera moves, it's the direction everything moves relative to the camera. So the sign is flipped. This one's moving to the left, so everything else is moving to the right, and vice versa. Run. Okay, are we getting closer? Why is it 1, -2? That's weird. Hold on. Why it should be 0, -1, right? I had this wrong even. It's 0, negative. Okay, is that what was wrong? I had the coordinates wrong? It should be appearing right above it. Yeah, okay. It's matching now. Okay, so the part that's missing is that it doesn't know for the right camera when it moves from directly below it to below and left. The light should technically disappear because it's only visible if you're above and below or to the right. If you're moving to the left, it should not show up anymore. And that it should be, you tell the camera, hey, that sprite should be deleted. And that's not happening. I actually didn't expect it to have the new sprite though. Let me see if I understood this right. Oh, no, yeah, I did expect that because that uses the function we already updated. This one, right? This one that does the camera quadrant calculation and all that junk. Yeah, so it's just the old ones we need to handle. And this one was more complicated because the only thing we know about the sprite is its entity number. We don't know what its direction mask is. So I wouldn't want to. I guess I just want to extend this vision thing. No, where does this pause come from? And sprites by position. This entity list, I need to include the direction. Do I use entity list anywhere else? I do not. So this is perfect. I can just make that into, I don't know. I just make it into an unordered map from entity to direction. Or do I could do it like this, entity with direction. Just make a new type, and then we'll just code it. It's another one of these simple structures, right? This represents a position. No, it's not. This is the wrong comment. This represents an entity in the game that is only visible from a given set of directions. This is a unique identifier of the entity, and then I don't need depth. It's direction or direction mask, what am I been calling it? I think I've been calling it tile directions in rendering. Tile direction. And I've already commented this. Let me find where I commented it. Is it here? No. Maybe I did call it direction mask. I did. But I really just want this text here. This is a bit mask specifying which directions I guess it's from which directions the entity may be seen. And then remove these. And this is entity, we didn't change the name yet. It's entity with direction, right? Replace those. Do all these search and replaces here. Direction. Ooh. Need to wrap some of these now. Okay. In direction. Okay, cool. So these. That's default, but this one's not. So we need to copy paste because they're mostly the same. It's just slightly different. It's entity with direction. And it's entity and tile direction. And that's the only arguments. We're not considering depth, are we? Yeah, I don't care. It's only going to be in there once. Actually, do I even need to sort it? I do because it's a set. I wonder if I should be using unordered set, though. I think I should be using unordered set. Let me see if I can do. I'm not used to using unordered set, but the way I understand it, I don't need an order if I do unordered set. So I can remove this operator, and it should work with unordered set. And remove that. The comparator I need, though, that's my understanding. So yeah, let's search for entity with direction again. Find where I use it, and let's make it unordered set, because I don't care about the order. Include unordered set. Believe I can do that. Hey there, Rasubaka. How are you doing? Okay. Entity list. Yeah, I only use it for sprites by position, so let's look at that. So everywhere I use that, I'll have to change things. So we're gonna use the initializer here. So add sprite will need to know the direction, the tile direction. So I'll need to include that here. So add sprite will need to include that. I'll have to get back to that in a minute. And that makes it more complicated to remove it, doesn't it? Because I'll have to know the direction when I do that. Actually, we'll want to do a move if you change the direction anyway, right? So that makes sense. So I'll have tile direction here as well. It's just that I will want to construct it out here. Tile direction. No, entity with direction. Entity? Direction, tile direction. And use that there and there. And the red squigglies go away. And remove sprite. Ooh, that's a tricky one. If I just know the entity number, then it's not enough with an unordered set. But if I use an unordered map and okay. I had a feeling this would happen. Really, okay, we'll go back. I guess I don't need that data structure at all then. I don't need entity with direction at all. We'll just get rid of it. I added it. I worked on it. Now I'm getting rid of it. Feels bad, man. So we'll make that an unordered map of ints to ints. This holds a collection of entities at one position in the game. It's not sorted. I'm mapping them to the directions from which they may be seen. Right. And then unordered map. I don't do this anymore. Erase becomes erase entity. Hold on, what is this? Why is this a problem? I don't know. Oh, probably because it doesn't like this. Anyway, this will be an entity list. So it's that entity equals tile direction. Entity list. So it's not insert again. It's going to be index entity equals tile direction. And I don't need a void in front. Let's update these before I go much further. Tile direction. Gosh darn it. I was just looking at that comment, and now here it is again. All right. Tile direction. It's this text, but slightly different. I wrote it and then I deleted it. It's a bitmap specifying from which directions the entity may be viewed. Hey there, Backcraft. How are you today? Tile direction. And then move sprite needed it too. Because it could be, the move could be just the direction it's facing, could be moved, could be changed. Right. So back to looking, hold on, let's go to this definition. We're going back to looking at sprites by position. I'm updating this data structure. Doing pretty good, Backcraft, thank you for asking. Working on making lights directional, or tiles directional really, so that like this light maybe only shines up and not down. Right now, if you put a light on top of a wall, it's working. It didn't work before. Now it's working, but the light kind of shines both directions. And I want to kind of mark that, hey, this light is only on one side of the wall. So that's what I'm doing right now. When we add something to this cache, we say what directions it's facing. And same thing with move. And what's wrong here? Oh, there's no casting to void when we do assignment. Yeah. It's cool, but it's complicated the way I wrote it. How come I can't compare this? Why is it giving me a problem here? Can't compare a sprite position with a sprite position. Why not? That's a sprite. Yeah, what's the deal? Can't compare them? I can compare them. I don't know why it says I can't compare them. But now it doesn't have a problem. It's just IntelliSense. It's just confused. Right, this is just removal. Okay, got it. Cool. So, clear them out, and then here's where we add them. So it's not going to be an insert. I need to know the tile direction at this point. So, how do I know that? Wait a minute. What is this doing? Sprite positions by entity. Oh, these maps go together, I guess? Okay, yeah, I guess we'll include it then. We'll include the direction in here. I already wrote that, didn't I? I have to write it again. Tile direction. And 15 is the magic number, which means all directions. So, where did I write that? Direction mask, or tile direction. The declaration for that, please. This one. This is a bitmap specifying from which directions the entity may be viewed. So we'll want to include that in the constructor. And hold on. Go, wait a minute. That's, okay, that's a cast. I really want to go to that. There we go. To add that. To initialize it. And I guess I do want to include it in this comparison so that the directions have to match. Yeah, okay, fine. So back to this again. So instead of doing an insert of that, it's that equals. This is going to be really hard to wrap because it's like really long. I guess I can do it this way. Equals what? There's no void in front. Because that's the position, that's the entity. Oh, it's this dot, ooh. Oh, it's casting to position. That's what it's doing. Yeah, that's what we want. Get the position and get the entity, and then it's equal to the position. So that's this dot tile direction. Or I said position, I meant direction. Ah, complicated. Okay, what's wrong here? What do you not like about camera? What's wrong with that? I think it's just confused again. So just build. Something doesn't take 4 arguments, that's for sure. That's what it was telling me. Doesn't take, oh, this one doesn't. Yeah, this one needs that extra field. Okay, we have that field. It's called tile direction. And which one is it? It's after the entity, so there. Done. And here. This is compiler error driven development. Right, so here's where it was started at, is it's not just an entity, it's an entity. What is the type here? It is, wait a minute, did I do this right? It's an unordered map. Right, so it's a pair. So this will be this dot first. And then I want to do the with entity dot second. So this is entity with entity and position. Entity and tile direction. So const.out entity equals that dot this dot first. I'm just doing this to give them names so the code makes sense. Tile direction is this dot second. So I can just say entity. But I want to have an if here. So I want to say if the tile direction masked with the camera quadrants, which we haven't defined yet, is not equal to, is equal to 0, means that it's not visible anymore. Right? Oh wait. I just noticed something. This is only if it's not visible. It's the else to this that I need. Yeah, I need to have like an else. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's an else. I'm gonna do this stuff Otherwise, it's unconditionally remove it. This is unconditionally remove it, so I don't need the direction, and I don't need that. We just do that. This is the conditional removal. We get the entity and the direction, and if it doesn't match anymore, then remove it. Got it. Okay, so we need to compute the camera quadrants. That's this junk up here. And where's a good time to do that? I don't know. Actually, it's going to be different for every position, right? Yeah, so we should do it here. I think this is the right place. Only instead of view x, view y, I think it's position first x, position first y. Yeah, okay. So this is what view x becomes, and this is what view y becomes. Then we've computed the I don't know why it has a squiggly there, but we computed the mask for the to test for which quadrant that tile is from relative to our camera, so that we can check the mask down here. Gosh, I hope this works. Right, so when we move the sprite, we need the tile direction in there. Yeah. Actually, move sprite needs to do a little bit of comparison, doesn't it? Do I have tile direction here? I think I do. Okay, we're getting further. Tile direction. Actually, hold on. What is in sprite position again? Tile direction, right. Where did I add that in the constructor? Third, okay, third. Cool. And here again? And what's wrong with this? Oh, that's... I forgot to delete these. Those are the ones I added I didn't need. Okay, good. Compile again. Is this Lua? No, this is C++. This is the rendering system of the game, which is all hard-coded in C++ because it's a lot of code. Well, it's CPU intensive. So that built, but I still get little red squigglies from IntelliSense for the Lua stuff. You'll see mentions to Lua because this is the core of the entity component system, and it has hooks into Lua, or vice versa. Lua has hooks into the entity component system. But the part I've been editing today has been in the rendering system, which is specifically C++ part of that entity component system. All right, back to the test, and let's pull the switch and see if it works. It worked! Yay! I really didn't think that would work right away. But maybe it broke something else. It didn't break anything else? Wow, so I'm ready to try this? Holy crap. It might actually work. I'll be stoked. I'm back to getting like at least one robocall a day. Kinda sucks. But so far in the last couple of days, I've been pretty good at detecting them. Now I've jinxed it, well done. It worked, it didn't seem right. Well, the final check is if in the test environment that light looks correct. Seems a bit more advanced coding compared to the project you're working on. Well, it could be that I'm just I'm not writing it very well. Okay, there's something wrong because I think the direction mask it's lighting the left and not the top. Did I get the direction mask wrong? I think I probably did it wrong. It should have been 3, right? What did I set it to? Go to Raimu. There it is. What is the direction mask set to? 3. Okay, it's correct. Why is it lighting up? This light is in the way. Let's move this light for a while. Let's move that light back in here. Yeah, it lit it lit the top left only. It didn't light the top right. Let's move this other light out of the way. Please. That was a lag because it was doing a snapshot. Let's move this light out of the way too. You can move over there, please. I'm collecting all the lights together. Yeah, see, it's only lighting the top left quadrant and not the top right. But it did the right thing. We can't see the light from this side, so it's doing the right thing. See, I'm right below it, but I don't see it. So at least that's good. But it's not lighting the top right there. What if I remove the mount? Well, let's just move the thing around. This is slow. It's slow. Let's move it to there. Well, that's interesting. I can't see it because I'm not facing it. And now I am, but it didn't show it. Weird. So if I go off screen and then go on, will I see it? Yeah. So that's where it is. It disappears, but it doesn't come back when you go back into view. Okay, so that's one bug. It disappears correctly. When you get to the wrong side of it, it disappears. But it doesn't come back until I go off screen first. I mean, that's correct, right? It's when I get below it. So the light projection is wrong, and the it doesn't come back into view like it should. Those are the two problems. Well, Phantasmix and Venix, my code is a mess. This stuff is complicated, at least for me, and I'm probably just not the best at writing it. That's why it looks complicated. You should never assume that when you're watching someone use a language you're not familiar with, you should never assume that they're an expert. Like, I don't think I'm an expert. I'm just trying to get it to work, and then I'll study what I did and then try to clean it up until, the goal would be clean it up until it both works and is readable. That's always been my fault, is that I can get stuff to work, but no one else can read it, and I can't read it myself. So my challenge these days is to condense and clean up my code to make it readable. But then I'm also trying to make a game, so which do I do first, right? Do I make the game and then make my code readable, or do I try to make the code readable while I'm making the game? I don't know. I kind of struggle with that. So let me find out what's wrong with the light. Why is it only lighting the top left quadrant? What happens if I actually change that right now? Change the direction to be just... How about we flip it to down... Actually, the right would be 2 plus 8, which should be 10. Interesting. So now it's lighting the bottom right. See that? Go back into... I have to actually go completely out of the side of scope and then... Oh, I'll only see it on the right anyway. Actually, it'd be faster if we just reload. Maybe not faster. There it is. So it's lighting the bottom right. So it's just not doing the top right or bottom left. No, it's just not doing the top right at all. Okay, let's try down, which would be 4 plus 8, which is 12, right? That didn't seem to do any change. At least you make stuff work. At least that's better than getting worked up to do it nicely. I mean, yeah, I guess. Left would be 5. Well, that's interesting. Right, I shouldn't see it, but I'll see where it illuminates. It's sort of like a spotlight. Why is there a shadow there? Why is that? Oh, is it casting its own shadow? Weird. I really don't understand why it is not lighting the down and left or up and right. That all goes back to the illuminate function, right? Or illumine, right? This thing, the direction ask. Like, what if I set it to 15? That fix it? See, now it's fixed. 15, and it shines in all directions, right? Oh, and I see. The shadow is because it itself looks like a block barrier. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so what if I just subtract 1 so it's not up and left anymore? Okay. And what if I subtract 2 instead? There's where it's wrong. It should be lighting down and left, which is 4. Because 13 is 1 plus... is 15 minus 2. 1 plus 4 plus 8, right? So it should be up and left, down and down and right. And it's only doing up and left and down and right for some reason. So is it in here that I'm doing bad math? 1, 2, 4, and 8. Not equal to 0. I don't get it. Thank you for that follow. I'll figure this out. It's got to be in here somewhere, right? Yes, so... what if I just make it top right only, which should be 2? And it's completely dark, right? It should be lighting something, but it's not. Like, what's the deal, right? There's obviously a bug in that. It's only lighting itself. Why would that be? It should have this edge. Oh, wait. I think I might see the problem. I think I got these numbers wrong? This is top right. I have these flipped for some reason. I guess I'll just do it this way. 4 is bottom left, so that's x0, y1. Is that it? That doesn't seem quite right. It could be though, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. It doesn't seem like that's the whole story, but that was definitely wrong. That is more correct, yes. We'll see in a moment. Okay, now it's lighting the top right quadrant. Now if I should take away the ambient light to make it more, stop confusing myself. So let's change the ambient light off. So now it's off, so I can only see where I am. Okay, so top right quadrant. What about, okay, let's go there. Change it to top left quadrant. Back to top right. That made it pop into view, so that's good. Now what if I change it to 4, which is bottom left? That's correct. And then 8, which is bottom right. Okay, now it works. So let me do a combination. So top would be 1 plus 2, which is 3. Left would be 1 plus 4, which is 5. Down would be 4 plus 8, which is 12. And then right would be 2 plus 8, which is 10. Okay, I guess it's working. I don't know why I was confused before. That was the only bug, was I had these two flipped. So up and right and down and left were flipped. Now it's correct. So well, I have one more bug to fix, which is that when I move out of range and then come back, it doesn't pop into view. So that's a sprite shift thing, right? Let me test that. If I just move the light and then move it back, yeah, that works. Although, why did it lag there? Okay, so it's just the sprite shift that's broken. When my sprite shift, it's not adding it back. Okay, I know where to look. Sprite shift. This one. It's when we're calculating what are the new sprites. Yeah, so it should be visible. Right, so it's in here. Maybe these coordinates are, well, hold on. This is also shared by the other code though. Why would this be wrong? I don't know. Also, why would the unit test pass? Like here, when the first camera moves to the right and we expect and got an add sprite, right? A new sprite. Why did that work if it doesn't work in the test environment? Because I'm doing literally that when I do that, only I'm from the opposite direction. So I'm like, it's like I started out here. You can do it. There we go. And then move one to the right. It's not popping it into view. Well, it is, but it's not showing. It's not showing the light there. Is that it? It was there all along and now it's become visible? That might be it. I mean, there's a ground tile underneath it, right? What if I remove the ground tile? Remove ground tile. You see the other bug? Sometimes my avatar doesn't show up there. I don't know what's causing that. Oh, there we go. It works if there's no tile underneath it. It doesn't work if there's a tile underneath it. Why not? What's the difference? What's the difference? Let me look at the messages. So we'll step here. And then step one to the right. New sprites. Okay, what sprite is that? 9466. It's not in our list, yeah. It's not in the list at all. Oh, it's this clause. This means there was nothing visible on that spot, and now there is something visible. That's the problem. Okay. Does that mean I need an else here? Oh, shoot. That's going to be complicated. So the problem is, if there's two tiles, if there are two tiles, which there are, there's a ground tile and a spark tile, right? The code thinks since it's already told you about the dirt tile, that it doesn't need to tell you about the spark because hey, look, it's in sprite spy position, right? I could just, if I deleted that clause, then it's going to continuously tell you about new things even though you've already seen it. Unless I have this one look at that camera's sprite spy position. Maybe that's the answer. Let's see what this does. Does this look at camera sprite spy position? No, it just doesn't add. It just assumes it needs to do an add. Well, would it be too bad to do a lookup? I guess I could pass that entity list and then the default would be empty. Yeah, I guess we could do that. So we could pass an entity list. And if it's in the entity list, we don't do an add. Okay. So to reproduce this in the test environment, I would put a ground tile on top of this or something, right? How about we just do a x plus w? Oh, just so that there happens to be, the light is sitting on top of a wall. So we will, yeah, exactly. So the wall will always be visible because it's lit. No, but it's only lit on one side. Okay, no, so this won't exactly work, will it? It can't be a wall. It has to be like a ground tile or something. Yeah. G. All right, so I need to actually have a ground tile in here. Do I have a helper that does that? It's window. Okay. Well, I mean, we could use that. It's not a window. It's just that the third tile is... Okay, we'll just call this. So we'll have a ground tile. Ground. Same position as the camera, only it's not positional and it's tile 3. And its visibility doesn't change, so it's not included in the sprite shifts at all. Now, I didn't make a new test, I just modified an existing one, right? I guess that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So this should fail again now. Yay, it failed. Right, so we're not hearing about the new sprite. We are seeing that it's removed though. See, this is what I'm seeing in the real test environment. Good. Okay. So I'm thinking I'm gonna just remove that. And instead we'll just get it like this entity list. Entities previously seen. And then we'll do this stuff. I have to give it a name. Const auto sprites by position entry equals find that. If it's not the end, then that is equal to that second. And then we will, then we can remove this clause. And I have to include entities previously seen along with, I guess I'll just put it here. Kind of goes with the camera. So we're including that now. Camera. So this is realm server components entity list. Could be const, so we don't make another copy of it. Entities previously seen. Okay, and then this is what? The initial sprites update, so it can just be an empty one. So entity list. Empty one. Okay. Alright, so the trick here is that if we've already seen it, then we can skip it. So I can say if that dot find entity is not equal to that dot end, then continue. Don't report that it's added. I think that's it. I'm so not looking forward to going back and cleaning up this code. It's a real mess. At least it's working though. I need to clean it up though. The longer it stays a mess, the more likely that when I do come back to look at it, I won't understand it, and then it'll be a lot more work to clean it up. And if there's ever a bug in it, it's going to be so much harder to debug. You know? Okay, I hope this works. And if this works, that means I'll have succeeded for the day. Yes! Because I will have done this, the entire plan. Except for this bug happened, right? I fixed this one. So this fixed this during the stream. I haven't done this one. That leak still happens. I think. I did not do this one though. Sometimes the player doesn't show up and I have no idea why. Simuleos! Simuleos might be watching an ad, so I will hold off for, I'll just pretend in my mind that we're watching an ad. Like driving a car or something. Oh, Simuleos is here. How are you doing? No ad when raiding? Interesting. I guess the way I do it is I view the channel first and do the raid, and like, am I still being watching an ad? Because I'll get an ad to any stream I'm not subscribed to, right? So, but welcome. This is what I've been working on today. In general, what I usually work on is this game I'm building. I'm building the engine along with it, so progress is slow, but you're gonna see how at least I have made the approach of making an engine for a game. It's an online multiplayer game, so there's a lot of networking code as well. But it looks like this. I'm working on directional lights. So I set up this light here so it only shines to the right. In fact, not only does it only shine to the right, when you're sitting to the left of it, it disappears. You can still see what it illuminates, but you can't see it. It doesn't really make sense for a light that's sitting out here on the ground. What I really built this for is to be able to put a light on a wall and have the illusion that the light is only on one side of the wall. So the aesthetic of this game is inspired by old games like the Ultima series. So it's just tile graphics. Here's the game master point of view where I can see everything and this is a normal player. So let me, I just added this today, this directionality. So let me make it so it only shines up. The mask for up is 1 + 3. So this bug I just fixed where the light wouldn't pop into view when you're on the correct side of it. That's working, so I think the last step would be to take that light and put it on the wall. And there it is. So the light illuminates that side, but if I walk around the other side, we don't see it. Yay. So now even though I'm next to the light, I don't see it because it's a directional light. Hold on a second. If I wanted to, I could poke a hole into the wall to the right of it, I guess. And now I can see that there's something around the corner lit by that, right? So on the corner, it's a little weird because it's like you don't see it and then it pops into view. But, you know, I'm going to use it mostly for torches that are on walls, and I probably won't put them on corners, so it won't have that weird effect. Let me turn the ambient light back on in this zone. That's the zone we're in. So let me go turn the ambient light back on a little bit. There's the ambient light, and then let me put the wall back in place. There we go. So we're all in the dark, and we go around, and there's a light on that side. Yay! It works. So you rated it just the right time, Simuleos. I just got everything working today. So yeah, the code in this game, it's split between what runs in your web browser and then what runs on the server. The server is mostly C++. There's some Lua scripting in there for game systems. The code I'm working on today was all C++ though. The code that is figuring out what the front-end client should see, like as you move around in the game, what you see in the world. It's all computed in the back end. And mostly that's because I don't want people to cheat, be able to see through walls and stuff like that. But this is what the data actually looks like between the server and the client, for example. Like whenever you move, you get a sprite shift. You might not be able to see that because chat might be covering it. A sprite shift that says move everything that we told you to draw 1 square to the right, and here's some new things to add, and here's some things to drop, right? So they're all right now in JSON strings, and when I work on performance in the game, I'll probably turn this into binary, just so that it's easier for the computer, on both computers, on both ends, to process. But right now it's on JSON because it makes it super easy to debug. So like, every time, this is not the right WebSocket, let me refresh. Every time I reconnect to the game, it opens a new WebSocket, right? So here's the WebSocket, hopefully, for the connection. Yeah, there we go. So this is basically how it works. You log in and you prove who you are using a persistent login token or a password or something like that, and then the game says, okay, draw these things in the world. And by the way, here are the files you need to draw the graphics. That's the tile set. And then here's your login token again. And here's the client saying, fetch me my profile, get me my tiles and Twitch info and all this junk. And the game says, by the way, you have these things in your inventory. I have a piece of chicken, I got gold, and I got an iron sword. And here's my complete profile with all my fake info, like my fake email address. And then there's an in-game ticketing system. Here's the tickets you have opened. And then here's the Twitch info, like linked to my account on Twitch. I have 14 stream points. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. But you're going to see me on this stream working on either the engine like I did today. Hopefully game content at some point once the engine has all the features I want. Although I've been trying to put some game content into the real game. A real game would look like, oh, let me log in. I don't want you to see my login credentials, so let me hide this for a second. And do... Actually, hold on. I don't want to do it with that window. Let me do it with this other window that you can't see because it's hidden. Hold on. Yeah, okay, now I can show it. Show. There. So, what was I going to say? This is the real game. You can log into this now. I was playing around with this area. I have a secret wall here that you can step through and get to this hidden area. But this is the bug I was fixing today, that I had put torches on walls and they don't work because of a bug. And so I fixed that bug, and I haven't deployed it yet, but in the test environment, they don't look like torches, but it's essentially functionally the same. I was proving that the fix will work. So once I push this fix into production, these torches will actually work again. You can see my glasses. Does it have occasional resyncing? There's some lag between the server and the client, and you can kind of see that as I move. You can see my character popping up and down. I haven't optimized any of that. There's no predictive motion on the client side, so it waits for a full round trip. So when you move, there are two things that happen. The server says, okay, the world has shifted around your camera. And the second thing is, oh, by the way, you moved too. So I could either combine those two into one and then it wouldn't be so jarring, but it still waits for a full round trip. So there's always a lag between when I tell it to move up to where it actually moves up. And I haven't fixed that yet because I'm working mostly on making this functional and not making it optimized yet. And that slime hit me. Don't kill me. I'm gonna defeat him first. There we go. Killed it. Yeah, there's some test enemies in this game. You can die if they kill you. Let's go down into this area. It's very scary because they're not only these slimes. If I'm at low health, they can kill me like they did. There's some worse enemies around the corner. And this is a real dangerous area. Oh, and these guys will pursue me for a while. They corner me, then it's going to be a battle. It's a battle. We're on. There can only be one. Actually, I think he's going to win. Because I keep missing. Let me respawn at the safe point. This is back in town. I have some test NPCs here. There's a whole dialogue system built into the game where you can ask NPCs what their name is, what their job, and then the design is sort of inspired by the Ultima games where you can always ask an NPC what their name and job is, and then based on their answers, you get clues on what other keywords you can ask. So like guard, and I think it's sewers or something like that. And then he says, make sure to bring a sword or something. So you can say sword, and he's like, oh, do you need one? And I can say, yes. My inventory is full, so he says, you have your hands full at the moment. If it wasn't, though, he would have given me a sword. So, yeah. This guy down here, he's the healer, so if you ask him to heal you, he'll do that. No questions, huh? Yes, so some of the bugs here are fixed and some of them are still broken. So I think the torches are still broken, but we can at least see through the portal now. We couldn't do that earlier. Oh, I know why. It's because, yeah, the torches are marked. If I mark the torches differently, there's a workaround I can do. Let me do the workaround. We'll go down to the sewer. Actually, I am going to... Hold on. Wait for it to load first. Go to the sewers. See all these ghosts? I haven't pushed this into production yet, but I was showing where everyone who exists in the game is, even people who are logged out. So there are like 400 accounts made, and most people aren't playing right now. So that's where they would show up if they were logged in. The workaround was for me to go here onto torch and say that it doesn't block light. Now the torches work again, but they poke holes in the world. For example, the fact that we can see through that wall, that's a problem. If I make it back to where they block visibility, then it doesn't project light, but at least you can't see through the wall anymore, unless you go through that magic wall. Anyway, I think I'll hold off from pushing this into production until I've put a few more features in place. But I'm kind of happy with the progress I made today. I fixed some bugs. So bugs in what was this? Right, I would actually let me test that. There's a bug where if I draw around a wall around my character, it would not work. Let me test this. We don't need this one anymore. Goodbye. Don't need that. Okay, let's go. Oh, here's the bug again, which I haven't gotten to. How does the player doesn't show up? Excuse me, show up sometimes. Sometimes I don't show up until I move, right? No, it's not a move. It's more like the camera doesn't even see him at all until I reload and go there again. I don't understand this bug at all. There I am. I'm back again. Let me draw a wall around myself to see if I fixed that. Let's draw a wall. Hey, look, it's fixed. I can't see. I'm encased in a prison. I open this up and I can start seeing things around me again. Nice. It was if the GM camera brought the player out of focus and then back in focus. I don't know. I have to kind of see how to reproduce the problem. I just kind of noticed that sometimes, oh, I don't see my character in the camera view for some reason. And I don't really understand why. But yeah, that was fixed. And then removing a light didn't work. So let me test that again. So let me take this light and move it next to my player. So now it's lighting up more, and then let me destroy the light. Is it this one? I think it is. Yeah, so that's fixed. And then, right, light projection from inside barriers. So that's the fact that this light works at all means I fixed that. And then I made that you can optionally make stuff directional, which could be really confusing or really beneficial to me, depending on how I use it. So I'm really happy about the progress I made today. So if you like what you see, I'll be back on Monday, I hope. But I think that's going to be it for me. I'm going to pass it on to someone else. I usually stream for 4 hours, and it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Directional could be cool. Yeah, you could do... Here, let me demonstrate some cool things you could do with it. So, for example, let's just pick this one because it's easier to see. And then I put like a few of them here, right? But let me mark these that these are directionally visible. So this is... actually, I shouldn't have painted them like that. Let me back up. I should paint them at depth 1. On top of the ground, right? And then let me pick it up. Come on. Ooh, did I hit that twice? Oh no, my camera happens to be sitting there, that's why. Alright, so we'll make it directional. There. Left. So left is 1 plus 4, it's 5. So let me put that in the clipboard. Update. Put it down here as well. Update, and then we'll have these ones face to the right. Right is 2 plus 8, it's 10. Update, and then down here, update. So you can do funny things now where it's like funny things happen to what you can see based on where you're standing. So you can imagine I can make a really confusing level out of that. Hey there, String Bets. What makes you think you have what it takes to make an MORPG? I don't have what it takes, but I'm going to do it anyway, String Bets. I hope to learn what it takes to do it. So yeah, we can do really interesting things with the directional stuff, Crumpet, don't you think? Do an infinite hallway with the teleporter. I had one of those in the real game, and it would just loop you back every few steps, and the only way you could tell where you were for real would be to drop something on the ground, like maybe drop this piece of chicken, and then when you teleport, the chicken would move in front of you again. Or you just move back the way you came and you'd be back at the entrance really quick, and you're like, I was walking down that hallway for hours. Yeah, there was a game called Deathlord around the same time Ultima 3 and 4 came out, and they had some really, really like difficult dungeons based off of teleporters and stuff. And my brother really got into that game because it was like a puzzle game almost. And it involved a lot of trickery with the tile system. The tile system being so primitive, but yet have these strange rules encoded in it. You can really confuse players in a puzzle kind of way, I guess you can say. Anyway, I really should run. So let me see who is streaming right now. And why is my window so small? I don't know. I don't know. Let's try to raid someone else who's developing some code. I'm kind of on the fence about who to raid, though. Actually, I don't know. Would you guys mind if we raided someone who isn't doing code, but is doing some cool maker stuff? Taking apart a laser gun? That sounds cool. A laser gun sight. So like the sight for a gun sight. Yeah, so this is Oh Bother. He is a maker. He has one cool thing on his stream, which is if you sub to his channel, you get your name like burned into a piece of wood with a laser, and it's all automated. Hopefully it still works. His stream title says subs get laser etched into his wall, so I guess it still works. But he's a fun guy. He's not exactly a programmer. He's more like a maker, but hopefully you'll enjoy it. Here we go. I'm hitting the button. We're going to raid Oh Bother. So yeah, I hope you guys have an awesome weekend, and I will hope to see you on Monday. See ya. Bye.